Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So this video is called Dan McClellan's Attack on King James Version Examined, or Dan McClellan's Attacks on King James Version Examined. And so what we're going to look at is this guy here, Dan, who is a Mormon. He comes against the King James Version. And so what I've found is over the years, people who are involved with cults, they usually attack the King James Version in a very similar way that critical text people do. Oftentimes you'll find that they would just believe the daftest things. Now, what you've got to understand is Mormons believe that, Jesus and Satan are brothers, that the whole concept of Joseph Smith, finding the glasses and putting them on, and then he's able to find the tablets and translate them, and then he lost the glasses, so he can't go back and produce these tablets. And the Book of Mormon plagiarizes from the King James Version, which is so weird. And yeah, there's just so much wrong with Mormonism. It's laughable. It's like Scientology. But, does Dan have a point? We want to go through his videos. We want to look at these. And so I started going through some of his shorts this morning. And he was talking about, the King James Version and where there's mistakes, etc., and the history of the Textus Receptus. And it's just the usual critical text drivel, really. And so I didn't go through all of them. So some of them are going to be actually reaction videos. He might stump me and I might have to do a study or something like that. But I just thought, well, I'll go through them. So here we have a whole ton of videos on different platforms. He seems to be popular on TikTok as well, very popular. It seems like he made his breakout into popularity on TikTok, and then he's branched out into YouTube and a whole bunch of other places. But he is definitely against the King James Version, and he promotes the New Revised Standard Version and believes that that is the best. Okay, so we're going to go through some of these videos, and we're going to check them out. Helga's in the house. Following Truth LJ says, "Come on, Nick, don't keep us waiting on a topic like this one." Yeah, it is an interesting thing. I have been listening to a lot of Dan McClellan. And the Data Over Dogma series that he does with another guy. And I guess, if you followed along with the videos that I've been doing, we went through the Lady Curia, or the Lady Eclecte. Sorry, I keep saying Curia, because I guess what was previously the woman was called Curia. And I think the Young's literal translation actually has that, to the Lady Curia or something like that, or to the elect Curia. But then this other Mormon scholar, just so happens to be another Mormon, he says, no, the church has had it wrong for so long, and it is actually the Lady Eclecte. But it's so weird because her sister is also called Eclecte at the end of that same book, which would show you that it's not really a name. It's actually talking about the elect, not Eclecte. And so it's very strange. Dan, what you've got to do with people like Dan is you've got to put yourself into their shoes, that if they do believe in Mormonism, if he believes that if he's grown up in Mormonism, then you pretty much, like, it's like with Scientology. The more that you look into it, the more weird it is, the more strange it is, and the more laughable it is, really. And so he projects that onto Christianity, and he would have been going door to door, knocking on doors, talking about the God of Mormonism and the Jesus of Mormonism and all the weird stuff, that happened in the United States with Mormonism. And really, there's nothing to back that up. So he assumes that Christianity is sort of the same, and we just made up this story. And he's projecting onto us that we don't have the facts and the stats and the figures. where Mormonism has 0. I mean, it's like there's just no substance behind what they're saying at all. Well, at least Christianity, even if you were to go to the lowest common denominator and say, well, we only want to believe in the historical Jesus, this type of thing, you would still, like, even people like Bart Ehrman go, well, yeah, Jesus did exist. And, that they have to admit these type of things. Where with the Book of Mormon, like, none of it is provable. It's just 0. And so he does project that onto Christianity. And it's so weird too, because the Mormons actually use the King James Bible. I guess they use it a bit like a false prophet would use a certain tool that people trust in. Oh, he's a King James guy, and they're a false prophet, that type of thing. And so I see that quite often. People just get into the weirdest people because they're King Jamesy, I would, that there are people out there who aren't King James people, but they have a way better understanding than some people who are King James. They're defending the King James. They're out there doing all that. But I mean, like, even a lot of people who just use the King James as their default Bible. I mean, Kenneth Copeland and Kenneth Hagin and a lot of Word of Faith guys would use the King James. And I think it was because they realized that the people saw like this rock solid trust in that. And so that was part of the deception, where if they're using a modern liberal type of thing, it's like, well, they're getting their ideas from the New Age and all this sort of stuff. Helg says the wait is over. I'm sorry you had to wait an extra 10 minutes there. I was doing my thing. Following Truth says he comes against the Bible in general. Also, he's very secular in his scholarship. And yeah, these guys are just sort of like Bart Ehrman's, that they don't usually go against the Bart Ehrman type of narrative. Now, they might have differences in, I believe in a Q source, or I think it comes from Mark, or, this type of thing, which to myself, I look at as just absolutely ridiculous. The whole thing of someone just sitting there copying someone else and then adding to the Gospels. Like, oh, Mark doesn't have the ending there. Oh, well, Matthew's like, well, I'll just have to make up an ending. And then the others just follow suit and go, well, we'll make up an ending too. That's how they view how the Bible was written. And it goes against Scripture. There's so much that they say. It's almost like every 5 seconds, if you just listen to them continuously, every 5 seconds they're saying something wrong and they're shifting the goalposts. And so Helg says a secular Mormon. Yes. Following Truth says Dan is well studied, or maybe well able to regurgitate what he reads as if they are facts. And I guess that's part of the problem is that Christianity, the scholarship in Christianity has been hijacked by Unitarians, by Jesuits, by liberals, by all sorts of religious weirdos out there. And so they're the ones writing the books about the canon, about the text, about errors, about manuscripts, which ones are better, which ones are worse. They're talking about Bible translation issues. Half the time they're the ones doing Bible translations, working on the text behind these Bible translations. And so there is like this aberration. I guess it's like the Roman Catholic Church is an aberration of Christianity. What we see is this aberration occurring, but it's a lot more it's closer to the original. It's a lot more genuine. It's like, looking at the Mormons and the Roman Catholics and the Jehovah's Witnesses, it's like a $3 bill. You can spot it a mile away. It's like, well, they don't make $3 bills, so you can tell it's a fake from the road sort of thing. But some of these, there are some genuine good Bible-believing Christians who get sucked into the whole critical text and new Bible issues. And that's the problem, is a lot of people are actually following all that. And so Dan is on one leg, he's coming from that, but he's also critiquing it at the same time. But he definitely doesn't like the King James, and he says it's like one of the worst Bibles you can read. It's too literal. They know Greek and Hebrew better nowadays, apparently. And they've found a whole bunch of manuscripts that are better. And so these are the claims of Dan. And so we're going to go through some of these videos and we'll just see where this leads. And so I might start one of these videos. Which one will I go with? Okay, so this one, how do we get the King James Version? So I was looking for a picture that I could put on my thumbnail there, but then I found the Mormon one. I thought that's gold. This one here of him just, being a Mormon. That's him with his Mormon buddies, just saying how stupid is evangelical Christianity. We recognize that, our God is superior. We have a Trinity, but it's different to theirs. We have advanced revelation. Yes, it says in the Bible, don't add or subtract, but we can do that because we're the Mormons. And we've got Joseph Smith, and he's a legend. So let's start with this video here. How do we get the King James Version?
How did we get the King James Version, and why did it become the most influential English translation of the Bible that has ever existed? Hey, everybody, I'm Dan McClellan.
Okay, sorry about that. I've got it on 1.5 speed. Let's put it on normal.
How did we get the King James Version, and why did it become the most influential English translation of the Bible that has ever existed? Hey, everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and strictly speaking, it would be more accurate to call the King James Version a revision rather than a translation in its own right.
Okay, so this is quite a popular thing that critical text people talk about nowadays. They say, oh, no, it's a revision of the Bishop's Bible. And so you'll be in the middle of a conversation talking about the Greek and the Hebrew and other things that the King James translators went to. And they say, no, it's just a revision of the Bishop's Bible. And so this is a kind of half truth, okay? There's a little bit of truth in it, but it's misleading. And so the King James Bible translators, they use the Bishop's Bible as a draft, okay? So you're not going to reinvent the wheel if you don't have to. And if you've got a structure there that's in your own language, why wouldn't you go with that? Why wouldn't you use that as a template that you can then work on? And so they were to use the Bishop's Bible as their base. That's part of the rules for translation. But then it clearly says to amend the text only when the Greek and Hebrew warrant it. Okay. So in other words, they are doing a full translation. They're checking every single word with the Greek and with the Hebrew. But they're using the Bishop's Bible as a template. Now, this would have also helped others who were scholars back in those days to see how this was panning out, because if they were just doing all the work in Hebrew and in Greek, and in Latin, people wouldn't have been able to understand everything that they were doing, because most of the King James translators were very well equipped in Latin, in Greek, and many of them in Hebrew and many other languages. But what this did is this caused what they were doing to be seen in real time in the actual target language. And so there's nothing wrong with doing this. When you do a Bible translation work, you usually try and utilize older translations as much as you possibly can. Now, I remember listening to one guy who was from Bearing Precious Seed, and he said he worked on the Cornelescu Bible. And the Cornelescu Bible, the previous one, they used that as a draft, but it was based on the critical text. And this Cornelescu Bible was so bad that after they'd actually gone through and tried to use it as a draft, they actually had to redo everything because it was so bad. But the thing was, when you go through the Reformation Bibles, that they were getting better and better and better. They were getting more and more polished. And so you have Tyndale going through to Geneva and bishops, And so the bishops was seen as a good base text to work on, probably the best one that they could work on without, you know, too much cluttery information, too many notes and all the rest of it. And so that's a really good place to work from. Like, say, for example, I'm working on the Urdu Bible translation, and I'm looking at how the modern translation works, the one that the Bible societies have brought out, and that's been around since 1913. But going back to the earlier Bibles, some of the words, yes, are archaic and are no longer in use. So you do look at the modern one, that the words that they use, and you're trying to find a happy medium there where you're using words, but you're not trying to water anything down. But having an older Bible that you can go through, and you can trust that it's been translated from the Greek and from the Hebrew, and then you're looking at these things yourself. It's just having a skeleton that you can work from. But it doesn't mean that the King James translators didn't go to the Greek and Hebrew. It's a half-truth, and a half-truth is just a lie. And so they use multiple languages to check their work as well. So they not only went through the best of the English or all the English, they also went to the French, the German, the Latin, many other things. And because a lot of these translators were polyglots, they were able to look at these and to retranslate them back into English and see how they matched up. And so people would be reading along in English, and they could sit there with a Dutch Bible, with a French Bible, and it says this in the preface. This is exactly what they did. And so I could just say, oh, they actually cobbled together the Bible from a whole bunch of other Bibles in other languages, this type of thing. No, that's part of the process that they did, because when you realize that they did everything, that they looked at all the language sources, they looked at all the text available to them, then you realize that they thoroughly translated this Bible, and having even just having the wisdom to base it upon an earlier edition. That's because a lot of these guys would have been reading the Geneva and reading the Bishop's Bible, and no doubt other earlier Bibles, but seeing the deficiencies in them. King James mentioned that he hadn't seen the Bible translated faithfully, but obviously if he's saying we'll use the Bishop's Bible, he's seeing a lot of it's faithful, but there's just a few bits here and there that need tidying up. But that also is a testament to the Bible is not changing like we see it today, with just 2,900 less words in the critical text and 8,000 changes. Like in the Greek, we see that it's more so how things are being brought across. Yes, the Textus Receptus at the same time was being refined, and eventually came to a full conclusion with the King James. So the King James is its own type of Textus Receptus. And even Westcott and Hort, Ellicott, Scrivener, they agreed with that. That's why they did their edition showing the underlying text of the King James 250 years later. Or was it 250? Yeah, it was 250 years later. But the Textus Receptus was not like the critical text, where there's just thousands and thousands of differences. Things were being polished. And so there's a difference between printing just starting, and so they've done a Greek edition, and then they're polishing that for a few years. Like I've often said, sometimes people would put things on the internet, whether it's a Bible or whether it's early church writers or it's some sort of information, and it's not 100% accurate. But then after a while, people focus on it and it becomes accurate. And that's all that happened during that time. Erasmus did what he did. He did 5 editions. So obviously his first edition wasn't like, well, that's it. He's like, no, there's 5 editions here. And then Stephanus did 4. Beza did his 5 editions. And then the King James translators, they were able to look at all that material. They had the benefit of being involved with the English Renaissance. which was happening at that time. So the Renaissance, it was in Florence, and it went to Rome. It went to all different parts of Europe. But in England, it was absolutely flourishing. And this is the perfect time to do this type of work. People like Shakespeare, just the scholarship of Lancelot Andrewes, John Boyce, Henry Saville. You look at these guys, and they are absolutely legendary when it comes to scholarship. And so it was just God's timing to do that type of thing in that time. And so I think even reading books that are 150 years later, like even just reading like stuff about the Granville Sharp rule and reading Granville Sharp's material, I'm like, man, this guy's like maybe 10% of a Lancelot Andrewes. Like, he's a smart guy, but he's just, there's just an edge on these scholars who are around 1611. They were just next level. They were giants, like some of the best scholars ever. And so Following Truth says, he says that RSV is an updated revision of the King James Version. Yes, it's quite strange, but I think that's usually from just reading the prefaces, the advertising blurbs. They like to say that the Textus Receptus is just this advertising blurb the Elzevirs had. No, it was just a common fact that their text, obviously they're talking about their macro text, not the micro details. Sometimes Beza might differ from Scrivener here and there. From Stephanus here and there, and Elzevirs might have a different take on a word here and there. But the vast majority of that text is stable and is accepted, and so that's what they're talking about. People are using the Textus Receptus, the received text, and if you looked at it, that's what they received. What else were they receiving? So when you listen to Dan Wallace and James White, they talk about it like it's this advertising blurb. Oh, they're just lying, in advertising, of course, and what they're doing is actually projecting, because they've been involved with Bible translations. They know that these Bible translators, when they're taking it to print, they just lie, and they say, oh, this is just a revision of the King James. This went to the best manuscripts. That they just have 20 lies that they tell you. So they're like, the Elzevirs, they're just lying, like we do. That's projection. And no, the Elzevirs were actually just being honest and saying that everyone is accepting this text. Yes, there are scholars who are, still questioning tiny little, crumbs of details here and there. But it's like the vast majority of it, the only competitor is really the Latin of the Roman Catholics. But see, the interesting thing is with the Textus Receptus is they use everything. They use the Latin, they use the Greek, they use the writings of the early church writers, sometimes called the early church fathers. And so these are all part of the closed class of witnesses. The three closed class of witnesses for the Textus Receptus is the Greek primarily. The compilers of all the editions of the Textus Receptus in Greek used Greek readings for their printed texts. Erasmus wouldn't add just something willy-nilly. He wouldn't just, the Comma Johanneum. He wanted proof that this was in manuscripts somewhere. Now, he understood that things can drop out, or there can be a bias of a certain group, like specifically the Greek Orthodox Church, that they can have a bias against a certain reading because it goes against their certain concept of the Trinity at that period of time. But, they also thought the book of Revelation wasn't canonical. And so, obviously Erasmus would see that as silly. And he mentions that in the book of Revelation. He said the Greeks once doubted the authorship of the book of Revelation. And so, the Greeks had a weird time. The second leader of the Byzantine Empire was an Arian. So this would have had huge influence there. And so, but the writers, the people who put into print what was in the manuscripts, they always made sure there was Greek evidence for it. The only time that Erasmus ever said that he went to the Latin was in the last couple of verses in Revelation 22, specifically verse 19, where he said, when you've got the word book there, in the manuscripts, plural, So people say, oh, he only used one manuscript, but why is he saying it in plural there in the Latin? And he says in his copies, plural, that he spotted parablapsis, he spotted homoioteiton, which is a similar endings. Because the word book is there quite a few times, someone skipped that. So he amended it according to the Latin, and that was only in his first edition. And he said he wanted to see what the Aldine guys had, because he'd lived with Aldus for 7 months in Venice, the legendary printer, and he was doing a whole complete Greek Bible with the Greek Old Testament and Greek New Testament. So they had other manuscripts, so he wanted to get the reading from the manuscripts that they had of the Book of Revelation that he would have been aware of and known about. And so that's what he did. So in his second edition, third, fourth, fifth, all his other editions don't have that footnote. Only the first one does, because they amended it and they fixed it. And it wasn't the last 6 verses. That was a manuscript found much later by Franz Delitzsch. Franz Delitzsch found that in like 1860, and he just held it up and proclaimed, this is the manuscript that Erasmus used, but it's not. It doesn't match up in multiple places. And this opened up the whole theory that, Erasmus must have just back translated from the Latin everywhere, because if he only used one manuscript, which he said he didn't, this just doesn't match up with that. Now, I know some people are like, but he did say he had one manuscript. You've got to take that into context. Like, read what's actually said there. Is he saying he only ever sort of had one manuscript, or is he saying he only had maybe one manuscript of the Andreas commentary, or one manuscript of that kind? Or so you got to look at these things outside of the claims of critical text people, because they're always just trying to minimize how many manuscripts he had access to. They're always trying to make up stories about, like, the whole 6 verses missing at the end. It's how on earth, if Erasmus is going through and doing his New Testament, how on earth can he spot homoioteiton in verse 19 if verse 16 to 21 is missing? They're not there. How on earth can he spot that? Well, he's either lying in his annotations when he said his plural Greek copies, that there was he spotted homoioteiton. He's either just lying there, or he's telling the truth, and this other manuscript is not the one that Erasmus used. And what we see is this is quite a common theme with critical text people. Whatever goes in favor of their story, they're just going to run with. And then you see people basing theology on that, basing Bible translations on this type of nonsense, where they'll just say, well, Erasmus, he didn't really know what he was doing with that text. So the Textus Receptus is just based on one flimsy manuscript. He's back translating from the Latin. Who can trust this Bible? And they just make it the worst case scenario. But that's what critical text people are doing. They're just throwing dust in the air. They're trying to get you to doubt as much as possible. And but when you closely examine these stories and you just question the basic concepts of it, like you're reading through the annotations of Erasmus going, how did he make a note on the Greek text at Revelation 22:19 if that verse didn't exist in the only text that he had of Revelation? And so it just makes you start questioning things, and the more that you question things, the more cans of worms. Like that, with even just that one, I think I've opened like 15 cans of worms, because there's so many people who have based their whole teachings on just Erasmus had one manuscript. And I'm questioning all of these things and going through and saying, oh, let's carefully look at this. Let's just not accept what Jan Kranz is saying. Let's just not accept what Bruce Metzger's said over the years and other liberals and heretics. And let's look at this logically. Let's look at what the Reformation period translators and compilers of the Greek and Hebrew, what they said about their own work, because they were doing it in public. All it would take is for someone to examine it back in their day and go, hey, Erasmus, or that Reuchlin could just say, oh, that manuscript that you used, it didn't have 6 verses there. How come you've got a note saying that you looked at verse 19 and spotted homoioteliton. How could that happen? Like, no one made that claim up until like 1860. So you see the Bible societies taken over mostly by Unitarians, by Roman Catholics, by liberals. And so you see this type of thing causing a lot of problems. And then Westcott and Hort coming along with their, horrible Frankenstein text. And then it's just mushroomed from there. It's just like that's been the atomic blast, and it's just gone throughout the whole entire world, covered the whole world with this horrible gas that people who go to church, they're like, oh, there's a Bible there, and it's an ESV or it's an NIV, and they're all different from each other, and they all have different verses as well. But know that they're all good and they're all the same and all this sort of stuff. And so this is causing massive confusion, but that's exactly what they want.
Because the translators were not translating directly from Greek and Hebrew source text.
So let's just get the translators to the reader. Let's just get that translators to the reader. Okay. And we'll go to the Bible Research website. I do like this website, even though he's critical text. He does have a lot of information. Now let's just type in Greek, okay? Translation is necessary. And most of this stuff is talking about, the Catholics didn't want the Bible translated at all. They only reluctantly did the Douay Reams, but also they were favoring the Latin over the Hebrew and Greek. And so they talk a lot about that. And when you read the translators to the reader, in the historical context that the Roman Catholics were their main opponents, and that Beza would debate Catholics on this type of thing. They had huge debates, open debates where you would have a Catholic on one side, Theodore Beza on the other, and they're debating these type of things. It's good to know that that's the context of how the translators to the reader was written. And oftentimes they're mentioning the Pope, and oftentimes they're mentioning their own translations and things like that. Okay, so they're talking about the Greek there quite a bit. I'm just looking for where they say that they translated it out of the Greek. Okay, so now the church, now though the church were thus furnished with Greek and Latin translations, even before the faith of Christ was generally embraced in the empire. And so then it says, okay, so that's not the one that I'm looking for. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. It says, if you ask what they had before them, and that's before the translators, so listen to this. Truly it was the Hebrew of the Old Testament and the Greek of the New. So Dan McClellan said they didn't go to the Greek and Hebrew, okay, or they didn't translate from the Greek and Hebrew, okay. So I'll read this in full context. It says, in this confidence and with this devotion did they assemble together, not too many, lest one should trouble another, and yet many, lest many things haply might escape them. If you ask what they had before them, truly it was the Hebrew text of the Old Testament, the Greek of the New. These are the golden pipes, or rather conduits, where through the olive branches empty themselves into the gold. Okay, so they clearly went to the Greek and Hebrew. And now listen to this. He says, neither did we think much to consult the translators or commentators at Chaldee, Hebrew, Syrian, Greek, or Latin, no, nor the Spanish, French, Italian, or Dutch. Neither did we disdain to revise what we had done, to bring back to the anvil that which we had hammered. So him just saying, oh, they just went to the bishop's Bible. It's just a revision of the bishop's Bible. Just in this one little section of the translators to the reader, it just shows you that that's a load of rubbish. They went to the Greek, they went to the Hebrew, and it says they also went to the translators or commentators of the Chaldee, Hebrew, Syrian, Greek. They went to everything. Now, one of the main points that I bring out, and I sort of discovered this when I was going through, I'll just type this in, dedication to King James. It's hard to talk and type at the same time about a different thing. But the dedication to King James was something that I sort of discovered, and it was really good because a lot of people caught on to it. Now, I'm not sure if I discovered it because I heard it or I just started reading through this and highlighted this bit. But then Bryan Ross did quite a few programs on the word more exact. Okay, so I'll just read this. It says, "For when your highness had once out of deep judgment apprehended how convenient it was that out of the original sacred tongues," okay, so that's the Greek and Hebrew, "together with the comparing of the labors both of our own," that's in English, "and other foreign languages," that's the French, the Italian, the Chaldee, the Latin, and then it says, "of many worthy men who went before us, there should be one more exact translation of the Holy Scriptures into the English tongue." And so that little bit there, it reveals a lot. They went to the Greek and Hebrew. They compared it with the labors of other English translations because that's the target language. So of course you're going to look at that. And then they went to other foreign languages. So this is quite amazing that, but Dan McClellan's like, no, they only went to the English sort of thing, and maybe to a little bit of Greek and Hebrew just to double check sort of thing. No, that's not what they did. And they clearly state that they went to these sources. And so, of course, they used everything, as if you're going to do an English Bible translation and not look at all the other Bible translations that went before you, or not go, hey, that's actually a really good rendering. That's how we understand it in English. We all understand it that way. Let's keep it written like that, because if we just start changing it and morphing it to suit our artistic flair, it's going to cause problems, but it's going to cause understanding problems. And so we want issues ironed out more so than just novel ideas. But they did have a few novel ideas that caught on and that were easy to catch on. So it took a lot of skill, and it was a challenge to do that. So let's just rewind what he said here.
Were King James Version a revision rather than a translation in its own right? Because the translators were not translating directly from Greek and Hebrew source texts. They were actually revising an existing translation of the Bible. In fact, they were sent hard copies of this translation of the Bible to write proposed revisions in the margins of that Bible, specifically the 1602 edition of the Bishop's Bible.
And so they just because they use a draft, they only use that. Why would he even mention this? And why is he downplaying that they went to the Greek and Hebrew? Why is he doing that? Why isn't he saying also that they went to other language sources and they checked those? They checked the French. They checked all the Bible translations that had gone before them.
Another revision of another English translation of the Bible, itself originally published in 1568. But in the 1500s, there was a flurry of English translations of the Bible, each of them revisions of previous editions, starting with...
So notice they're all revisions of previous editions, but that's not actually true, because he's going to go on and talk about Tyndale and all the rest of it. But Tyndale only did the New Testament, and then he did the first 5 books of Moses. So Coverdale worked on that, but he actually translated from the Latin. He translated from the Dutch, and so he would have gone through Luther's Bible. And then when you get to the Geneva, you have something that is the first one that is from the Hebrew and from the Greek. And so he's just like, oh, they're just copying each other. No, you're a fool if you don't acknowledge and think about the work that's already gone before you. Like even if you're just going to work on a secular topic, like if you're going to build a car, you don't just go, okay, let's build a car, and you don't even know any other cars that are being built. You could save yourself a lot of problems if you're going to start putting wheels on that are like 1970s design when they've got better wheels now, stronger. That they're way more complicated and they're better for the car. And so why would you neglect that type of technology? Why would you neglect the fact that someone's written a whole bunch of stuff? And no doubt the King James translators, they went through material and saw where there was bad translations because they were experts in their field. Tyndale was good. Coverdale was good. The guys who compiled the Geneva, the guys who worked on the bishops, all top-class scholars, and in many places made many good choices for their bringing things across and translating into English. But the King James translators were impeccable. And also because there were so many of them, they were able to cross-reference each other. And they were, like, some people might have spent a lot of time looking at Coverdale's edition more than others. And so they might have been a go-to guy for saying, hey, look at how Coverdale worded this type of theme that's in Coverdale. We can incorporate that into the King James version, rather than not incorporating it and it just being a little bit less. So they were getting the best out of all these and extrapolating all the best ways to say things. Sometimes there's certain idioms that enter into the culture because of these Bibles, and they're like, let's go with these idioms, or no, that idiom has actually fallen out of usage, let's not use it anymore. This type of thing. So they were able to do that with the English. They were able to do exactly the same thing with all these language Bibles. No doubt there were very good German Bibles out there, very good French Bibles, Italian Bibles, and they would have looked at all these and gone, hey, look at the theme that he has with Jesus being God in that, or they capitalize this, let's do the same thing, or they word these two things together instead of separating them. So they went to everything. So his whole concept that it's only a revision of the Bishop's Bible, but then he's trying to make out that everyone was just copying each other. And the whole thing about the King James, well, it's 85% William Tyndale's work. I mean, look at the problems that we have with the critical text. That's 94% the same as the Textus Receptus, but it's still bad. It's still a lot of issues and problems and errors. Well, like having 85% William Tyndale, that's quite a lot of difference, really. And so, and the thing is, it's only New Testament and first 5 books of Moses. There's a lot missing there as well. And so, I don't know why the critics want to constantly sort of push this narrative that they just copied the bishops, which just sort of copied the Geneva, which just sort of copied this other one, and they were all just doing all this sort of stuff. No, he should really understand and know that Geneva was the first one that really worked off the Hebrew, apart from Tyndale's first 5 books of Moses. That was the one that was a complete Hebrew Old Testament Bible. So that changes a lot. And also knowing that the Coverdale Bible, the Old Testament was basically, except for the first 5 books of Moses, was from the Dutch. So when you're going through Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Psalms, huge books, they're from the Dutch into English. And so, it's a lot different to how he's saying it, because he just wants to sort of make out that it's, sort of like Chinese whispers, or they're just copying each other, all the way through. No, even if you have a bad Bible, which the Douay Reams was, they checked that as well. They looked at it. They like, obviously, I think it was the Reams came first, and then it was the Douay second, I'm pretty sure. And so that's sort of like Old and New Testament, and they're just places that they were done. But they checked I think it was 1582 edition. They looked through that. They were comparing things. And of course, some readings are going to match up. and this is a big thing that people make a fuss about. Oh, well, they copied from, the Douay version or the Reams or whatever it was called back then. And it eventually in 1610 became Douay Reams, but it was separate. I just can't remember which one it was called. I'm pretty sure it was the Reams. And, sometimes if you do a math problem, 1 + 1 = 2, and someone else goes 1 + 1 = 2 across the other side of the world, it doesn't mean you're copying from each other. You just come to the same conclusion. But people are like, oh, I see they're copying this. But the thing is, too, a broken clock can be right, twice a day. And so they did their version, and there might have been things that they said that are like, oh, actually, that's not bad. Even though it's them, we're going to go with that reading because it is out of 10 choices, that's the most accurate. But the next verse, it's bad. The verse after it's bad. But that one's actually really good. And you see that sometimes with modern versions. They'll just use a word and it's like, actually, that's pretty good. That's fine. But it's the, 50 other words that come after that that have a whole bunch of other problems. And so anyway, let's continue.
William Tyndall's 1526 English translation of the New Testament, and then Miles Coverdale's 1535 translation of both the Old Testament and the New Testament. And scholars have estimated that when we look at the King James Version, about 84% of its New Testament is word for word identical to Tyndall's New Testament. I mean,
there's certain things in English that you just can't change. If it says Jesus wept, I mean, that was a common verse. I'm pretty sure, like, if we just looked at, say, a random verse like that, like Jesus wept. Let's have a look. And we'll go to Textus Receptus Bibles because it will show us all the list. Okay. And John 11:35. Let's just go there. Textus Receptus Bibles, great site if you want to check Reformation Bibles. Interlinear, Matthew. I think it's 11:35. Was it 11:35, or was it John 11:35? Must be John. Yeah, John 11:35. That's right. 11:35. Okay, 1611 that I worked on, Jesus wept. Okay. King James, Jesus wept. Green's, Jesus wept. Jesus wept. And it says, and Jesus wept in the bishops. Geneva, and Jesus wept. So the only difference is they have the and there. Oftentimes the Wycliffe doesn't match up because it's in a database, and so the numbering system doesn't work. But it says here in the Wessex Gospel, so Helend what Jesus, how else are you going to say that? Yeah, Jesus wept. And so, I mean, if you check the Douay, I'm sure it says that. That there are lots of these Bibles say very similar things. One really good way to study even the King James is to go through and look at how the bishop says things at times. Sometimes it's pretty much exactly the same as the King James, but just going through, sometimes it'll just have a synonym, and it's like, wow, that's a really interesting way to look at it. But anyway, I'll move away from there and we'll let Dan continue. So Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house, and good evening, Nick and everyone.
And Tyndall also published almost half of the Old Testament in English translation, and about...
He says almost half. I mean, the first 5 books of Moses, I'm not sure if that would be half, but Hefin Jones says the nearest King James Bible to my library workspace is the Latter-day Saint edition not that I've cracked it open. Okay. There you go. You can get the Latter-day Saint edition. And it's one thing if you're actually talking to Jehovah's Witnesses and they don't want to use a King James, like they won't accept the readings from your King James Bible, you can get a King James version from the Watchtower Tract Society in New York. You can get it sent to you. And because it has Jehovah's Witnesses printed in New York from the Watchtower Society, they accept that it's sort of like genuine Jehovah's Witness readings. And so I remember going to see a guy, and he was talking about how to witness to Jehovah's Witnesses, and it was really interesting. But yeah, I guess the LDS guys, they might be the same with that. I guess they probably would accept just any King James, but the Jehovah's Witnesses are a bit funny with things that they can read and can't read, and you don't want to read apostate literature sort of thing.
75% of the King James version.
Because the Jehovah's Witnesses used to use the King James, and then it was up until they started using the Revised Standard Version in 1946. In 1952, they adopted the whole Old Testament, New Testament of that, and then they started to move into doing their own work on the New World Translation. So, but they originally had the King James, but they just pointed out problems. It's like, oh, that verse shouldn't be in there, and that verse shouldn't be in there, and so they gravitated toward the Westcott and Hort text because it was more Unitarian friendly.
Old Testament exactly matches Tyndale's translation. So it was a very conservative revision. Now, what started off this flurry of English translations of the Bible was actually a Dutch humanist scholar named Desiderius Erasmus, who was producing his own edition of the Latin Vulgate, the Latin translation of the Bible, that had been the most authoritative edition of the Bible within the church for many centuries. And while he was putting together his edition of the Vulgate, he decided he would include in a parallel column the Greek of the New Testament. So he went to his library in Switzerland, said, give me all the Greek New Testament manuscripts.
So notice this story. He went to his library in Switzerland, like he's just sort of like, I'm going to do this. And it's like, well, let's start now. I'm going to go and get some manuscripts. And he just goes to the library, and that's all he could cobble together. Not that he'd been going around Europe with some of the, the best scholars of Europe. Yeah, he's in England. He's with Thomas More. He's meeting Henry VIII. He's got huge sway and influence on people. He's going to Rome, looking at the libraries there. He's going to Venice. He's scouring all the libraries of Europe. He's in Paris, and he's not only doing that. He's corresponding with the upper echelon of people who are studying Scripture, like the Complutensian guys. He's talking to Aldus Manutius. He's also doing a whole ton of other projects as well, which involve, like early church writers and different concepts. And so he's given himself over to this, but many times it's just sort of seen like, oh, he just had this project and he had to rush it because he was just trying to push it through. And, obviously made a whole bunch of errors and mistakes. And, they're still in there, those errors and mistakes. And dumb Christians are just still got these stupid errors in their Bibles. But, yeah, so let's see what else Dan is saying.
Scripts you have. And he came up with 6 and then later added a 7th. And he
came up with 6 and later added a 7th. Okay, so the whole, I've mentioned this so many times. James White used to say there were 6, and then he says there's between 6 and 12. Okay, that's a bit of a difference. It doubled. Okay, so he's doubled the number. How come he doubled that? Well, he's got his reasons. When you talk to Dan Wallace, he will bang the table and say Erasmus had 5 manuscripts. So is it 5 or 6 or 12? Why not 7 or 8? Well, I think it's Stephen Boyce says that there's like between 7 and 12 or 7 and 10 or something. So, he's not sure. He's just throwing a number out there. But when James White's pressed on this, he says there's up to 20 manuscripts that Erasmus had access to and used and utilized. And it's like, okay, that's different to 6 or 5 or 7 or 12, or so we've gone from having 6, and then it's doubled to 12, and then it's blown out with another 8 manuscripts. So let me just put it out there. Does anyone really know? Who's the guru? Who's the definitive guru who's got the number? But of course, people are going to go to the smallest number when they're not favorable to the Textus Receptus. They're going to go I did a critique on the King James Bible Research Council video by Dr. Combs, and I kept calling him Coombs, but maybe my accent I might be able to get away with that. But Combs, he said that he could have had access to 58 manuscripts that he knows of, and so it was quite interesting. Some of the points that he brought forth were quite interesting. That he met people, like one particular person who had collated 5 manuscripts. He knew of others who had access to manuscripts, like Bessarion Library. It's just down the road from Venice. Sort of makes sense that they would have gone there and had a look, but maybe there was some gas there that, walking there and the green gas came out and they all fainted and they got up and had amnesia or something. But, most scholars would, if you were going to race your Formula One car and they had a Formula One museum right just down the road, you probably visit. You know what I mean? It just makes sense to me anyway. But no, Erasmus is cobbling together just a few things from the library in Basel there.
Cobbled together from these manuscripts an edition of the Greek New Testament that became printed alongside his Latin Vulgate. And this became the first printed edition of the Greek New Testament.
So it's the first published. The first printed was the Complutensian Polyglot 2 years before. And they used other manuscripts, but primarily they had a Textus Receptus base type text. And so it was interesting that Erasmus, he was corresponding with these guys. They actually wanted to hire him. They said, "Come to Spain," and he said, "Look, I don't like the weather there." I think he was more so saying, "I don't want to get my head chopped off." Because they were known to have the Spanish Inquisition could just knock on your door at any moment. It's like, you've offended us and you're going to die. And so Erasmus was pretty critical about a whole bunch of things in the Roman Catholic Church as well. And in those days, he was saying all this stuff before the Reformation. He was sowing these type of seeds all around Europe with these books, specifically the Praise of Folly. And talking about how the monasteries are just full of immorality and all that type of thing. And so he probably wouldn't have been welcomed into the hyper-religious, the Spanish church was pretty gnarly. The Rome church had seemed to become liberal and then became gnarly. It seemed like after the sack of Rome, they realized they're sort of losing the battle against the Protestants, and so they came together, the Council of Trent, and they sort of radicalized themselves, and the Jesuits came forward and they became quite radical. But let's just continue.
Which others realized would make a wonderful source text for translating the New Testament directly from the Greek rather than going from the Latin, as had been the custom. And so this became the source text for Martin Luther's German translation of the New Testament, and then that inspired William Tyndale to translate the New Testament from Greek directly into English. And after that, you had a bunch of other translations that decided to go back to the Greek of the New Testament and the Hebrew of the Old Testament. And so after Tyndale, you have Coverdale, then you have the Matthew's Bible, then you have the Great Bible, then you have the Geneva Bible, then you have the Bishop's Bible, and finally in 1611, you have the King James Version. And the reason that we have the King James Version is because of a man named John Reynolds, who in what is known as the Hampton Court Conference, which took place in 1604, requested there be a new translation of the Bible produced in English. And King James liked the idea, so he authorized the request and came up with a list of 15 rules for translation. And here are the first few. You can see number one, the ordinary Bible read in the church, commonly called the Bishop's Bible, to be followed, and as little altered as the truth of the original will permit. And
so even in that, as the truth of the original will permit, not, oh, they didn't go to the originals really, they just sort of copied the Bishop's Bible, revised the Bishop's Bible, and, you know, just sort of made a few revisions here and there. No, that's half the story. That's deceptive. They went to the original languages, but they were to use the Bishop's Bible as a base. Now, what I'll do is I'll get those 15 rules, 15 rules for translators. And okay, King James's instructions. So this is on the King James Bible site run by my friend Keith Mason. And okay, so these are the rules. So I'll quickly read through them. Most of you guys know these, but the ordinary Bible read in the church, commonly called the Bishop's Bible, to be followed and as little altered as the original will permit. So they've gone through all the English Bibles and looked at the style and said, well, the Bishop's Bible has the best style, so let's use that as a draft. But of course, if the originals show that things need to be translated different, there's a different word, they might be using a synonym that doesn't really make much sense in 1611 as it did in 1568. So that they were adjusting those things. There might be, like say the Isomenos reading that Theodore Beza has in Revelation 16:5, shalt be. They've got rid of holy and they put Isomenos there. Yeah, these type of things were all being ironed out, and so they were definitely going to the Greek. They were going to the Hebrew. That's just what they did. The names of the prophets and the holy writers, with the other names of the text, to be retained as near as may be, according as they are vulgarly used. And so when we talk about Paul, we don't use Paulos. When we use the word Judas, well, that's become, you know, the popular name for the betrayer of Jesus. But we see at times like Judah and Jude, the book of Jude, we see similarities with these names, but they are specifically worded so that they can tell the difference between certain characters. And so they've done quite a good job at that. They've ironed out some of those issues. The old ecclesiastical words to be kept as the word church, not to be translated as congregation. Okay, so that's what Tyndale did. He said, well, you know, the church is so corrupt, I didn't even want to use the word church. I want to use congregation or assembly, this type of thing, where it's pretty clear to see what the King James translators did there. King James translators, what they did with that word, with the ecclesia, understanding that it's just, you know, basically a Greek word for an assembly, like even a political assembly or something like that. So they used it in three ways. And so you have church, which always means the believers. Then when you have congregation, they use congregation speaking of the Jews. But then when you have assembly, you have the assembly, it's a mix. So it might be unbelievers and believers, or it might be Jews and Christians together. And so it's an assembly. And so the King James translators skillfully just put those words in their own semantic range. And so that's the type of thing that they were doing. So it's like, you know, most of you know my study on the word Easter. So they skillfully put the word Easter once in Acts 12:4 because it's the only place historically that's after the resurrection. So that they were able to do that type of thing. And so with something like the church, they would have, you know, said to King James, how about what we do is we use church for the believers, but we use congregation for the Jews, and we use assembly for a mix. And so it's quite an interesting theme there that they did in the King James. And it would make a good article, actually. I might even do an article one day on that. Number 4, when any word hath divers significations, that to be kept, which hath most commonly been used by the most eminent fathers, being agreeable to the propriety of the place and the analogies of faith. And so, yeah, a word having, a whole bunch of different meanings and things like that. It's like, let's just go with what's commonly known and what, the people who are accepted within the Christian tradition will go with the type of reading that they have, rather than going with something that's like say the whole thing of monogenes, meaning unique or one of a kind and that type of thing. No, we'll go with monogenes means only begotten. Obviously the early church writers talked about that. They talked about the Gnostic concept of having an only begotten God, or this type of thing, and so that causes problems. The division of chapters to be altered either not at all or as little as may be, if necessity so require. And so the page numbering system was designed by Stephanus, who did his own Textus Receptus editions. He did 4 of them, and his 1551 has the numbering system. Now, it has changed because there are certain verses that have been numbered differently and added to the text because of the underlying TR editions of Beza being followed. But yeah, so that would cause, because that had worked so well, they're like, let's just keep them. Anyway, I'll just try and quickly go through these without explaining every little detail. No marginal notes to be affixed, but only for the explanation of the Hebrew or Greek words, which cannot without some circumlocution so briefly and fitly be expressed in the text. And so sometimes you just have to know the Greek word, like say in Revelation chapter 13, it says, he causes them to receive a mark on their right hand or forehead. Now, that word received, in the King James, they have a note. Now, I might just quickly get that. Revelation 13, 16, 11, and I'll show you the picture of that, where it has an example of a marginal note. And these marginal notes are designed to help. They're not designed to hinder. See here, it says to give. Let's just check that out. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, to free and bond, to receive a mark on their right hand. Now he has in the Greek, they have in the Greek to give. Why do they have to receive and to give? Doesn't it seem like the opposite thing? Well, in most Middle Eastern cultures, the whole concept of giving, you usually receive something at the same time. It just depends on the context. So if you go and visit a family, you might receive a gift from them and you give a gift. Or it's just a word that basically means, in the context, it can be, there's just an exchange happening, okay? And so the context tells you what that exchange is. So some people just reading through a Greek, reading through their Strongs, and they're like, oh, hang on, this means to give. So they're supposed to give a mark on their right hand, and they're trying to change the Bible that way. So they've just put that in there to go, we understand that that's what the Greek can say, but obviously we're going with this reading because that's contextually what it means in this context, because there is a lexical definition, and to give can be part of that, but also there is a contextual definition, and that overrides in this case, and receive is a much better word to understand that. And so I just sort of point that out, because a lot of people say, oh, well, the marginal notes are just alternative readings. When you hear people say that, just your alarm bell should go off. It's not an alternative reading. It can be something that's the complete opposite, like we just saw, and it can be something that is lesser, because if it was a more superior reading, they would have gone with it. But the superior reading is what they have in the text, of course. Sometimes it can be a synonym, but oftentimes it is a lesser word, but they're just pointing out that yes, it can mean that, but in this context it doesn't. So just so if people are studying along and they're tripped up by something, they might have known that a lot of people get tripped up by that, so they've just put that in there. it might have been a controversy back in their day. So such quotations of places to be marginally set down as shall serve for the fit reference of one scripture to another. Every particular man of each company to take the same chapter or chapters, and having translated or amended them severally by himself where he thinks good, all to meet together to confirm what they have done and agree for their part what shall stand. So that's what you see, is they were all singularly to translate the Bible by themselves. So they were to get, just say you had 1 Corinthians 13, you're translating that chapter, you're looking at a whole bunch of information, and then you translate that like that by yourself. Then you meet together with the other, just say there's 10 guys in your company, you meet together with them and you amalgamate them. So you agree for their part what shall stand. So someone might have a bit of a weird reading and everyone's like, no. And you're talking about scholars here, not just a bunch of people who've gone, oh, I'll do it. No, we're talking about people who know what they're doing. They've come to this task already learned. And then it says, as one company hath dispatched any book in this manner, they shall send it to the rest, to be considered of seriously and judiciously, for his majesty is very careful in this point. So once the 10 guys have done their 10 translations and they amalgamate it into an 11th one, then that's sent to the other 50 guys who are in 5 other committees, and they go through it and they read through it and they carefully judge it. Okay, so your favorite book might be, Galatians or something, but you're doing the Old Testament. But then all of a sudden you get Galatians, given to you, and you can go through that and say, hang on, no, this word should really be this. And you send notes back and all your reasoning. And so all of the translators really had a part in all of the Bible, which is quite amazing, all 60 of them. As one company hath dispatched any one book in this manner, they shall send it to the rest to be considered of. I just actually read that. If any company upon the review of the book so sent shall doubt or differ upon any places, to send them word thereof, to note the places, and therewithal to send their reasons, to which if they consent not, the difference to be compounded at the general meeting, which is to be of the chief persons of the company at the end of the work. So in other words, you talk about all these things, talk about, hey, maybe you could word it this way or that way, but there might be a certain reason why someone's wording something in Galatians a certain way, because there's a whole theme throughout the New Testament to do it that way, which is not in the Old Testament. And so people would discuss all that, and then these notes were all written down, and then the leaders of the companies, when at the end of the work, they had a list of these, and they were able to go through and think about these things and work these things out. When any place of special obscurity is doubted of, letters to be directed by authority to send to any learned man in the land for his judgment on such a place. So you might be going through, like, say, Martin Luther did. Martin Luther, when he was talking about the sacrifices and things like that, he actually went down and conversed with the local butchers and people who were often sacrificing animals and things. That's where he got his language from, was from the local people. And so if there was places of obscurity, and maybe in the previous editions they had different ways of wording, say like animal sacrifices or certain parts of the bodies of cows or whatever, so surely there were people who had written books on that, or had written dictionaries, or that they've studied these things to the nth degree. You can just write a letter to them and say, what would you use here? And so not only were there 60 guys looking at this, but they were able to go elsewhere to other experts to get their opinion on this type of thing as well. Letters to be sent from every bishop to the rest of his clergy, admonishing them of this translation in hand, and to move and charge as many, being skillful in the tongues, have taken pains in that kind, to send their particular observation to the company, either at Westminster, Cambridge, or Oxford, according as it was directed before in the King's letter to the Archbishop. So can you imagine you're one of the leading guys in in a certain place, and there's, hey, old Bob, he has been studying Hebrew and he knows all about this particular topic. He's written books on it, and there's tons of people in the land like that. And that they are able to be consulted. They're able to be, they're talked to, and it's said, hey, this is what we're doing. This is the way that they're thinking of going with the translation. What do you think of that? And they're able to give their 5 cents, and that's able to enter into the pool of scholarship within the King James translation community. I guess in a way, if you've ever seen the movie that Mel Gibson did about the Oxford English Dictionary, I highly recommend, if you haven't seen that, you watch it as soon as you can. It's very good. It's well done. Yes, it has basically an insane schizophrenic as the main character. But if you watch the whole thing, you'll see why it's a valuable thing to watch. It basically teaches you how they compiled the Oxford English Dictionary. And also, just because someone is stark raving mad doesn't mean that they're not useful in some fields. Some people who, if you have a Rain Man sitting next to you helping you with stuff, he mightn't be able to make himself breakfast, but he can help. He can count how many words are on a page, like a Word document does in 1 second. He's amazing. So it's helpful, but it can be risky. And so, but what they had was the community was sending in information. So the whole of England were involved with going through, scouring through books and then sending these type of readings into the Oxford Committee, and they were writing out their definitions from there. So that there was that type of thing happening with the King James translation as well, that the whole community was involved with this. The directors in each company to be the deans of Westminster and Chester for Westminster, and the King's professors in Hebrew and Greek in the 2 universities. These translations to be used when they agree better with the text than the bishop's Bibles. Look at that. Even just that clearly says itself that sometimes these are better than the bishop's Bible. So it's not just a revision of the bishop's Bible, is it? The bishop's Bible is a base text, and then these can be examined. And and also what we see, say with all these, like the reading shall be in Revelation 16:5, it's in none of these, but it's in the King James. And so by the latter rule, 3 or 4 of the most ancient engraved divines in either of the universities not employed in translating to be assigned to be overseers of the translation for the better observation of the 4th rule. And that 4th rule was the if any word hath divers significations, that to be kept which hath only been most commonly used by the most eminent fathers, being agreeable to the propriety of the place and the analogies of faith. So I guess it's like certain concepts of atonement and certain concepts of faith and belief and unbelief, and all these type of things have a certain theological semantic range within the church, and they wanted to make sure that they weren't going outside of that type of thing in the translation. And just we see sometimes unbelief, like say that can be translated as disobedient. I think it's the New American Standard Bible does that in John chapter 3 verse 36. It talks about those who are in unbelief, but others said those who are disobedient. But again, it just comes down to the translation choices of the King James translators, that they were superior. And but yeah, it just depends in each context what's being talked about. So I guess you had people who were leaders, and they were able to, like, they're not part of the translation, but they're actually going through and seeing if you can still get the same type of doctrines from that translation, in a sense, which is quite an interesting thing. Okay, so that's the translators to the, the instruction to the translators from King James. Now, Dan is going to read through some of them, but clearly he is sort of, well, and this is what I see quite a lot. People put one of these concepts over another, especially with the Bishop's Bible. The whole concept of just having the Bishop's Bible before them, they could write notes in. Well, you've got to start somewhere. And so it doesn't mean that the Bishop's Bible overrode all the other Bibles or overrode the Greek and Hebrew or was the main thing that they went to. No, it was just the style that they wanted to go with. They didn't want to reinvent the wheel, so they already had a skeleton there. But they were to go to the original Greek and the original Hebrew. And as just the front page of the King James Bible says, translated out of the original tongues, with former translations diligently compared. It's not like a big mystery.
So the groups of translators were sent editions of this Bible and wrote their changes into the margins and scratched out what they didn't like anymore in the text. So it was a very, very conservative revision. And interestingly, rule number 3 kind of pushes back against what Tyndale did. The old ecclesiastical words to be kept, vis-a-vis the word church, not to be translated congregation, etc. And this is one of the things that got Tyndale in trouble with the authorities, because he rendered church as congregation, and he changed priest to elder, and he made a bunch of changes that seemed in the eyes of the church to undermine the institutional authority of the church. And then also, very interestingly, down at rule number 6, no marginal notes at all to be affixed, but only for the explanation of the Hebrew or Greek words, which cannot, without some circumlocution, so briefly and fitly be expressed in the text. And the reason King James added this is because he did not like the fact that the most popular translation of the Bible at the time, the Geneva Bible, was full of explanatory notes that often had an anti-monarchic tenor, because Puritans at the time liked the whole "we have God as our king" notion. And so that was something that King James did not want to see perpetuated in this translation of the Bible. So you have very few explanatory marginal notes in the King James version.
And I think the thing is, if you've already got a Geneva Bible, you've got all those notes. It's like a study Bible. It's a bit like someone like King James just saying, okay, let's bring out the Bible, but let's not have the MacArthur study Bible notes there. You know what I mean? It's like they're just study notes from people of that era. Yes, some of them are very helpful, but some of them aren't. Obviously there would be more helpful than not. But it did cause people to read the Bible in that vein. If you're reading the MacArthur Study Bible or the Tim LaHaye Prophecy Bible, you're going to get a different interpretation than someone else has. And so he just wanted the Bible, okay, the scriptures without commentary. So that's the thing. People are like, oh, he didn't like the notes in the Geneva, but I mean, would you want, if you were doing a Bible today, would you want all the Geneva notes in there? You probably wouldn't. And so people like later on put the Geneva notes on the King James, but you already had the Geneva out there. So why would you do it again? Why would you include all these notes and stuff like that? And of course, King James, he wrote the Divine Right of Kings and this type of thing. And there were certain types of themes that were written under the rule of Bloody Mary, who was persecuting the church and killing a lot of Protestants. So a lot of them had to flee from England to Geneva. So these are the authors of that. So of course they're right. They're looking for themes saying, are we doing the right thing? Should we submit to government? And then they're trying to find these themes. And so it might be over the top like that. Where what do you do when you get a ruler who's actually good? Do you rebel against them just for the sake of it? No, you find that type of balance. And there's probably, with the Geneva, already been that type of, Elizabeth reigned for 40 years, and she brought peace, and she brought, she wasn't perfect in any way, but Christianity or Protestantism flourished under her, and she was very well respected by a lot of Christian theologians, and Theodore Beza and a lot of other guys would dedicate their works to her. And so what do? Do you just go, well, let's overthrow her, or let's cause problems? It's like, well, as much as you can live at peace with all men. And you try and, especially if they're rulers who are not attacking you and not causing problems for you, you just try to do the right thing. And so I think King James was wise to do that, regardless of even if it is against monarchy or whatever. There's just a whole bunch of other stuff in the Geneva Bible that I just want the Bible text. And so there was already enough in the King James that people are already sort of attacking. Like say today, people go, oh, it had the Apocrypha in it, and that causes a whole bunch of issues. But the Apocrypha is like, if you see the word Apocrypha and you understand in 1611, that meant the doubted books, pretty much of doubtful authenticity. That's what it meant. And so you're looking at these books that King James said, look, I don't believe in the Apocrypha. I'm not a papist. That's what he said himself. But they had those books there. But they also had 50 pages of genealogy at the beginning of the King James Bible. But who wants that? Who wants to go through all those genealogies? But back then, that was a fascination because there might have been contentions about that. So it's sort of like an apologetic against someone, making claims, or it's just something to increase the faith that, hey, you can trace all this back. These are real people. Here's their mother and father and their grandfathers, and you're going through time looking at these genealogies. But also the fact with the Apocrypha, their main opponent is Rome, who believe that those books are inspired, and they're translating those books in a certain way. So to get world-class translators to translate the Apocrypha in a perfect way, what that does is it's actually, for apologists, they can now use that very good high-quality text and turn around and combat the teachings of Rome that come from the Apocrypha, like purgatory and a whole bunch of other things.
Version. Now, interestingly, when the King James Version was published in 1611, because it was such a conservative revision of conservative revisions going back almost a century, the language was already considered out of date.
Okay, so we're going to check that out. But Bible Highlighter says, hello, everyone. Hope everyone is well. Good to see you, Bible Highlighter. Church is mentioned in Middle English Dictionary. Yes, it was the Kirk, which comes from the Greek, the house of the Lord. The curia is the root of Kirk. Let me find my notes. The word is Kirke. Yeah, so Kirk, or it became church. It was like, even in Scotland, I think they still say Kirk. And so Dan has made the claim that, because it's just it's an update of all these older Bibles, when they had this language, people didn't even understand it in 1611. And it's like, no, they would have understood it. It just wasn't street language. That's what you want, the good news for modern man, to be street language. I mean, even if you look at the New King James Version, okay, regardless of what everyone says about it, the textual base, and whether it's based on the TR everywhere or whatever, most assuredly, I say unto you. Who uses most assuredly? I've never, ever used that outside of reading the New King James. But the King James Version 2023 update, truly, truly, I say unto you, that type of thing, like truly, truly, that being akin to verily, verily. Now, they mightn't have used verily, verily back then, but most people understand that type of thing. It's like, most assuredly I say to you, it's got surety in it. It's talking about this is the most sure thing, most assuredly, verily, verily, like the verity, the amen is in that word. And in 1611, they would have understood that. They mightn't have used it in everyday language, but perhaps they did. I'm only just grabbing that word for an example. But the whole concept that they just used all these out-of-date words, they used concepts that had kind of dropped out or waned in English circles that were in other languages. And so they saw the strength in that, like say, like in the French, having masculine and feminine words, and also, certain words, plural words, and things that talk about singular things, and singular things that talk about plural words. Like, I've oftentimes mentioned, bring your phone. Well, if you're talking to 20 people, that's 20 phones, but it's a singular word. And so this type of thing. But the King James translators knew that, the thee, thy, thou, that was the singular theme, and the ye, your, you, that was plural. And so they knew and understood that, but they also knew that was probably only a literary concept. It was used previously in English culture, but it sort of waned. But they used that because they saw it was accurate, and they knew that people understood it. And so that's what they did. And so that's why you see the very precise and accurate wording of, marvel not that I say unto thee, singular, Nicodemus. Don't marvel that I'm saying to just you, not saying this to everyone. Marvel not that I say unto thee, singular, ye must be born again. Ye, plural, everyone must be born again. And so that type of distinction is in the Greek language, and that's the preciseness of the King James. They wanted to be precise like that, and people knew that. And basically, at King James, people know that type of thing. And I know Mark Ward did a survey, asking people about these questions. There were quite a lot of pastors, or some people came out and did videos saying when they were doing that type of test, they would ask 9 questions that would seem like it was heading in a certain direction, and then the last question would be just something completely off-putting. And so it's sort of it was designed to befuddle you, instead of just asking a basic, what does this mean in context and what does that mean in context. It was the people who were actually interviewed said that it was misleading. And so that's quite interesting. Most people understand the T in the personal pronoun is singular, thee, thy, thou, thine, this type of thing. The you, ye, your, that's all plural. And so if you can go through the scriptures doing that, it's very hard to replicate in a modern version. The best that I've come up with in the King James Version 2023 edition say that verse, marvel not that I said unto you, you all must be born again. So it makes a distinction between the singular and the plural there. But in other contexts, I just have you. I don't have you all, because the context is talking like Jesus talking to his disciples, and he's not like sometimes he would talk to Peter. I prayed for thee. I've prayed for thee, I think it is, or I prayed that ye. Or he talks in singular or plural. I can't remember exactly which one it is in that context, but then he starts talking either in singular or plural later on. And it does cause an interesting concept that Jesus was praying for Peter and the disciples in a certain way. And so it's very accurate to the Greek.
There were criticisms that nobody talks like this. This is not easy to understand. And so when it was originally published, it was not immediately a huge success. It was kind of a ho-hum translation, but it had...
It was kind of a ho-hum translation. I don't understand that. And I guess, the sales of the King James Bible, maybe Bryan Ross has touched on this in his series on the King James Version. If you want to know a lot about this type of thing about the King James Version, go to Bryan Ross's what's his YouTube? I can't remember off the top of my head. Bible Believing Baptist Church or something like that. Faith Life. Anyway, I'll try and find it. Bryan Ross, King James Version, 1611. Grace Life Bible Church. And so this is the first thing that came up. And so he's got Apocrypha in the King James Version. So he's got a whole article just on the Apocrypha. And he's come against a lot of the stuff that SoCal Preston has talked about. But yeah, well, it just looks like it's just one page, maybe. Oh no, it's quite it's 5 pages. But this this type of stuff is all throughout his website, and also Grace Life History Project. No, that's different. Right division. Yeah, from this generation forever. So that's the theme, and this is usually the same thumbnail that you'll see with that. And yeah, he's up to lesson 191, or that's in January, so he mustn't have updated the blog, but definitely on YouTube. Let's just check out YouTube. It's probably easier. And he is going through and just meticulously teaching about criticisms about the King James. He's reading all the books, you know, the God's Secretaries, or that in Australia that was published as The Power and the Glory. There's a lot of books. He talks a lot about what's his name, David, not Cloud. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of guys who have written stuff, and I can't remember their names just off the top of my head right now. But yeah, some of the people who are here watching, like Helg and Jonathan Sheffield, they're all very interested in all this, and so we're all going through this material, going, this is great stuff. Sometimes I might be in disagreement with Bryan on certain little trivial things, but the vast majority of stuff, I really appreciate him doing this, and I hope he continues to do this, because I find it very edifying, and there's a lot of very interesting stuff there. But I know you can get wary in well-doing, and yeah, maybe he might want to have a rest and do something else for a while. But yeah, it's been very, very edifying and very good. So I would recommend, if you want to know more about the King James, just watch through that series. There's at least, I think it's like 200 episodes, and so there's like 200 hours of him going through, you know, the presuppositions of, you know, King James Bible believers and Textus Receptus people, and going through all that material. So there's quite a lot of very interesting stuff there. And then just the history, you know, from Erasmus going through. And as I said, there are some things that I'm in disagreement with, and some things too that you just re-question and they come to light. And after, like, say, Revelation 16:5, it's only been the last 10 years that that's really, you know, become a big thing again. And you know, obviously I've been, you know, spearheading that there's a whole ton of other things I haven't been spearheading. These other guys have been, you know, Chris Yates has done a whole series on the so-called Latin intrusions into the King James, and he's cleared that issue up. I think I've spearheaded the whole, you know, 190 differences between Scrivener and the King James, or Scrivener and the text of Theodore Beza. And so it's quite interesting going through that. But yeah, there's a few things that are spearheaded, probably that popularized the whole Easter thing, which Will Kenny and Scott Jones had talked about. But there's a lot of other stuff that people are doing work on. So if you really want to know more, jump onto Bryan Ross's channel. I recommend highly Jeff Riddle's material. Going through his stuff is very helpful, very good, in Word magazine. So some of you guys know all this already, but I just sort of throw that out there.
The backing of the crown. And so decades later, around 1660, when the Geneva Bible went out of print, the King James Version was there to fill the vacuum. And this is why the King James Version would become the most influential English translation of the Bible.
Yeah, oh, that's why. No, it was more accurate. And even people who would be considered like Puritans, like John Bunyan, he said, when you read the King James, basically you're reading the originals in English, you know, this type of thing. He's not a King James only sort of guy. So, you know, it's just an accident of history that it became popular. No, it was very well respected. And even almost immediately, the Dutch Statenvertaling, they did their Bible based upon the King James. Like when they had the Synod of Dort, They talked about doing this Bible. They used 6 translators, and they went through that and created the Dutch States Bible, which is it's a state Bible. Because he's like, well, it's the crown, that's why it became popular. It's like, well, no, it was just accurate. Why would the Dutch people want to do a similar translation? They're not under the English crown, that they could do whatever they want, but they chose to do that. And even the original Bible societies created in 1804, their main task was to do translations from the Hebrew, then and the Greek Textus Receptus, from the Hebrew Masoretic text, I should specify, the Greek Textus Receptus, and their target language, whether it's Chinese or Japanese or Tagalog or whatever they're doing a language into, it was to be akin to the King James Version. So they had the precedent of an accurate Bible being done, and it's the King James, so they could check with that and see if they're in the same ballpark. So that was the standard up until just after Westcott and Hort, that they infiltrated the Bible societies, and all the Bible societies around the world had to amend their text according to the Westcott and Hort text. That's just what happened. It was just the pressure that was put on them. Some didn't. Like you look at the Russian Synodal Bible, that is very close. It's a very good TR edition. There's about 117 departures from the Textus Receptus there, but it's very close. And so that would be the one that I would promote and say, well, that's close. Now, if I had the time, the resources, the translators, I would go through and amend those places and just say, well, this is the Russian Synodal version update or whatever, and just explain that this has been updated to the King James. There's no problem with that. But anyway, let's continue on.
Of all time, it had the backing of the crown. It was brought to the Americas. It became the most popular translation in the Americas.
Well, what was the competition there? It was pretty much King James, and that's it. The Geneva Bible became like a historical relic, as all the other Bibles did, because the King James was the best. And even in the Americas, they brought the Geneva Bible over, but on the same boat, on the Mayflower, they brought the King James as well. Where a lot of people only focus on the Geneva and say they brought the Geneva Bible, and it's like, that's half truth. They had the King James there as well. If you just look at the museums, if you go to the museums where they have all this information, they've got a King James Bible sitting there. It was on the first boat that came out. But the King James Bible was much more popular. Now, I know Puritans were reading that, but a lot of Puritans gravitated toward the King James and the readings because there were mistakes in the Geneva Bible. There were translation mistakes. There were just silly errors. And so one error that I often point out is in Matthew 1, where it has an extra person in the genealogy of Jesus, both in the bishops and in the Geneva. It's not in any other English Bible because it was based on a footnote in Stephanus's 1550 and 1551 edition. It has Jacob there, sort of to try and make up the 42 number, but not understanding that David is mentioned twice. It goes from David to Christ, but then it goes from I think it's called Abraham to David, this type of thing, or the carrying away of Babylon, from David to the carrying away of Babylon. So it mentions David twice there. So that's what brings it up to the 42 number, which makes sense. And so they were just trying to figure that out. And so this footnote sort of got involved. But the King James guys, they looked at it and said, that's silly. Let's get rid of that. So people were cottoning on to the fact that the King James is just a superior text. That's why they went with it. It wasn't just, it's the king did it, so that's why it's good. No, that they would have gravitated toward, if the Geneva was better than the King James, if it was like a revised version of Westcott and Hort, people would have rejected it. And especially in that era, now with the apostasy and so many people being completely illiterate about these issues, of course, lies spread thicker, or spread quicker. back in those days, people were well studied, but people knew what they believed, and so they would have been shown these type of things, and differences in these versions would have been clearly pointed out. And even in the footnotes, I mean, King James edition in Matthew 1 has a footnote, or Jacob. Some read or Jacob. It's not an alternative reading. It's showing where there's this silly reading in Geneva and the bishops. And so why would people go to an inferior Bible when it's clearly stating in the King James, yeah, it's got this silly reading in these other Bibles that if you like, well, you can have this extra person, but I don't want that in my Bible. So people would have realized that. It's not just an accident of history. They saw the accuracy of the King James. And by the time you get to the formation of the Bible Societies in 1804, they're like, we're going to continue on with the King James. We're going to create Bibles like the King James. Pretty much everyone's reading the King James back then. There's a few little blips here and there, but the vast majority of people are reading the King James. They know it's good. They know it's accurate. Yes, people are contesting certain things, and say, oh, 1 John 5:7 shouldn't be in there, and they're arguing these type of things. But at the end of the day, they're going to a church where most likely they're reading the King James. Like here, even in Australia, we had a mandate to read the King James. I think I said previously that it was like 100 years that they read the King James, but apparently it was like about 30 years, just like, certain, because we're a representative government under the monarchy still. And so we have ties just like Canada does back to the UK. And they would have had rules about what, edition of the common book of prayer, that they could use. Don't use this Dwayne Green's Bible, use the King James. So we were like King James. Our Constitution is based on the King James. Now, you can read the Constitution. It's a little pamphlet. But if you read constitutional law in Australia, all the way through it, it's quoting the King James. And so a friend of mine pointed that out, and he said, if you go through the NIV on some of these laws and things like that came into being in Australia, the laws no longer make sense because the verses are completely different in some cases. It's a bit like the Westminster Confession of Faith saying, oh, we believe in the Trinity, 1 John 5:7, 1 Timothy 3:16, and all these Trinitarian and deity of Christ verses, but they're all just completely obliterated by the Westcott and Hort, Unitarian mess, so.
And during the First and Second Great Awakenings, when there was this resurgence of antiquarian interest, when people looked back on their religious forefathers, what they saw was the King James Version. And so that became kind of the point of reference when people talked about the good old days and the golden age of religiosity. And so a lot of the language that is in the King James Version actually fell out of favor within English, but because of the First and Second Great Awakenings and a resurgence in interest in the King James Version, some of that language came back. For instance, the word warfare dropped out of English for generations, and because of the King James Version, came back into vogue in the 19th century, and we still use it today. So it's
I'm going to chat GPT that claim. And so was warfare was the word dropped from English usage to be revived later on because people liked the KJV. So I'll put after 1611. Based on historical records, the word warfare was not dropped from English usage after 1611. It was already in use before the King James Version was published and continued throughout the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. Okay, so that's the Oxford English Dictionary. The word did not disappear. Okay, so the King James uses it 5 times. For example, 2 Corinthians 10:4, weapons of our warfare are not of this world, this type of thing. It continued on. The word did not disappear. It was used in military and theological contexts throughout the subsequent centuries. For instance, it was documented in Noah Webster's dictionary. Evolution, while war remained the dominant term, warfare served as a more technical term for military life or specific types of conflict rather than being revived due to that usage. Okay, so that's interesting. It's sort of, I don't know where he's gotten that from, but he doesn't reference that. I guess I've got a Guardian. Maybe that comes from like Adam Nicholson. I'll just look for warfare. No, it's not in that article. That's fine. Let's continue on.
Really an accident of history resulted in this cementing of the King James Version in the linguistic foundation, particularly of the American religious self-understanding. There's nothing special about the English of the King James Version, but following these Great Awakenings.
But there is. It's very accurate. And like I've said, Easter was put in by design. It's the only time historically it's talking after the resurrection that the Pascha is there. And the Christians all throughout the early church writers used the word Pascha as we would use the word Easter. If we translate what they were talking about, it's Easter, So that Pascha was skillfully put into Acts chapter 12, verse 4. The word church, using congregation, assembly, and church for believers, that they put those words into when the context is changed, they skillfully put those words into their correct semantic range there. That there's so many things that the King James did, like, the thee, thou, thy distinctions, you, ye, your, being plural. They did a lot of things like that, which in some other Bibles is not as clear. So, this whole thing, there was really nothing special about the King James Bible. People were just like, oh, well, it's like, I guess Coke got popular, so everyone just drank Coke, it's all you had, they just advertised well. And at the end, you just got Coke. No, people were using it, people were studying it, people were thinking about it, and scholars were saying this is very accurate. The Textus Receptus was still the Greek text that was behind most of academia up until the time of Ruckman and Westcott and Hort, 50 years before Westcott and Hort. And they were all using the Textus Receptus editions. And the King James was the best edition of those TR editions. And so, I just think it was because it was a very good and very accurate translation, and that's why people used it.
It became considered the pinnacle of English literary prowess and expression. And again, not because there's actually anything special about it, but because of these accidents of history. And one other thing to note about the King James Version, because it was based on the third edition of Erasmus's Greek New Testament, which was cobbled together from whatever manuscripts he had available to him, and because the 18th and the 19th centuries would see a flurry of archaeological research and discovery, we quickly realized we had earlier and more reliable manuscripts. And so
so he's just gone the whole critical text route there. So it's based upon Erasmus's third edition, okay? And also he's saying, the King James is based on his third edition, which is, the one that has the communicating in it, so that's obviously a little bit of a strange thing to think about. When you go through all the editions, you can tell that they looked at all of Erasmus's editions. They looked at all of Stephanus's editions. They looked at all of Beza's editions. And most of the time in, like, say, Beza's annotations in 1598, he will say, well, Erasmus, left this out, but then he added it back in because of this reason. And they just summarize all that type of information. And so it's not like, well, they just went with the third edition and they weren't allowed to look at anything else, sort of thing. But, when you've got someone just saying this popular type of thing, and, he's got the T-shirt on and, just it's a sort of like a fun sort of comic book sort of style thing, he can just make mistakes like this and just say stuff that's not really that accurate. But it's like, I'm just having a bit of fun here sort of thing. But at the end of the day, he does come across or put himself across as like, I know what I'm talking about. I'm learned on this. But this is sort of typical stuff that I would hear all the time from critical text people. Then he's going through and saying that, the archaeological digs that have uncovered papyri, I guess. Papyri hasn't really changed the text that much, but it was really the rehashing of Vaticanus and the redefinition of Vaticanus is the best. And then the finding of Sinaiticus. These two were pretty much just lost from time. But when you're talking about someone who believes that the Book of Mormon at certain stages of his life, he would have believed the Book of Mormon was, from God or from, ancient tablets or whatever, that Joseph Smith had put his glasses on, the special glasses that he found, and then saw the tablets, was able to decipher them, and then he lost the glasses, and so he's just left with this book. He's believing that type of weird stuff. So of course he's going to believe the weirdest stuff that you've ever heard of about, not only about the Textus Receptus, but about the myth surrounding Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Because the thing is, where was Sinaiticus for 1,500 years? It's just not available, if it even is that old, But then you got Vaticanus. Erasmus looked at it and went, it's pretty garbage. We won't use it. And it's not like people are clamoring to use that text. It's being rejected by history. It's already been rejected for like 1,000 years, apparently, if it's that old. Erasmus said it's probably a back translation from a Latin text, and he knew his text very well. And then you just have this rehashed, and you've also got at that time, pushes for counter-reformation. You've got pushes from Unitarians to change the text and get rid of these Trinitarian verses. And so you've got all this sort of stuff happening in the UK in academia. And then Westcott and Hort come along and they're like, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, and they don't even agree with each other. They're so different 3,000 times just in the Gospels alone. And if Hoskia used all of his methodology of tabulation, he would have used 17 other types of tabulation. So there would have been tens of thousands of differences, but he only just did a cursory sort of look through them and said, okay, well, there's over 3,000 differences just in the Gospels. There's a huge difference between these manuscripts. They're not brother and sister. One's Danny DeVito, one's Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're not twins. They're not matching up. So how can they be the oldest and the best when they differ so much? But this is the story. It's like the story of Mormonism or Islam or whatever cult you're following. This is just fantastical stories. But see, this is actually the Jehovah's Witness story too. When you talk to Jehovah's Witnesses, this is their story. They learn this stuff. That like a lot of Christians don't learn about Westcott and Hort and all the rest of it. When you talk to a Jehovah's Witness, what I've found, you talk about the text and they know about it. They're like, yeah, Westcott and Hort, they were used by Jehovah to bring about the true text, and because they don't shy away from the concept that the Jehovah's Witness movement died out and now it's been revived in the latter days sort of thing. And so they've got no problem with the Bible just dying out and being revived in the latter days. And in between is just all this weird apostasy stuff happening where it seems like critical text people have some of that methodology. The Bible disappeared for like 1,500 years, but then it's been revived. And you just have to get Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and just rub them together hard enough, and you get this magical ShamWow new Greek text. It has 2,900 less Greek words. It has 8,000 changes. It's chopping out things left, right, and center. But that's the new text. And we just needed Unitarians like George Van Smith to work on that, and heretical people like Westcott and Hort who were just deeply compromised, hanging around weirdos like Unitarians and wanting them on their committee. It's like, who would do that? Like, I wouldn't hang around Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, if you have to, if you're working in a service station or something and they're working with you, it's like, okay, I'm working with a Muslim or I'm working with a Jehovah's Witness. But if you're going to do a Bible project, why would you have these people on your committee? So that just shows that Westcott and Hort were deeply compromised. They were heretical. They were defending Unitarianism, and a lot of Trinitarian verses, a lot of verses about the deity of Christ have been omitted. And this is a huge problem. But anyway, let's just continue.
In the 18th and 19th centuries, you had other editions of the Greek New Testament produced that diverged from this Textus Receptus family, which remained quite faithful to the Greek New Testament as originally produced by Desiderius Erasmus. And this other version, which became known as the critical text, went back to these other manuscripts that were earlier and that were more reliable. And
notice earlier and more reliable. Okay. What's more reliable about Vaticanus, where Jesus doesn't just die from the cross, but he dies from getting stabbed, because he gets stabbed and then he talks again. So I guess Jesus died on the cross and was stabbed for your sins, this type of thing. He died on the cross and was stabbed. That's Vaticanus for you. There's a reason why people rejected it throughout history. Where are the translations of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus? Where are the copies of these? Archaic Mark, 13th century Byzantine manuscript, had all these Vaticanus readings, proven to be a modern day forgery in 2013, had Prussian blue ink in it. It's a fake. There's no lineage of Vaticanus. There's no lineage of Sinaiticus. They're just standalone weirdo things. So it's like you can get a cow with like 5 legs. It just has a leg coming out of its body, but it's a weird thing. You don't say, oh, that's how a cow should be. You usually look at a normal cow and say, this is a mutation, the one with the 5 legs. And one of the 4 legs is how it should be. That's the one that we should breed. Not let's breed all the mongrel texts together. Let's get the cow with the 5 legs, or the extra little dead head that's hanging off it, and let's breed these. That's what they've done, and they've created the Westcott and Hort text. It's an abomination, and it's a terrible text. It attacks the Trinity, attacks the deity of Christ, and they've squished these two together, created their new ShamWow text, and unfortunately, Christianity has gobbled it up because of successful marketing and pressure and the demonizing of those who just hold to the traditional text. We haven't moved. We're still reading the same Bible they did like 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, but apparently we're in a cult now for doing so and for defending that. It's the strangest thing.
We kind of developed the science/art of textual criticism to produce what we believe is a more reliable and an earlier witness to the New Testament. So,
well, at least he's saying that type of thing is a new thing, and that's being honest, because it wasn't the type of textual criticism they were using in the Reformation period. And it is a new methodology. It's a new text, but they're claiming it has ancient roots. But even if everything they're saying about the dating is true, how do they justify having Vaticanus and Sinaiticus being the oldest from the same era and from the same location and being so completely different? How do they do that? How do they justify that? Shouldn't they be very close? I mean, they're the same language. It's not like they're just translations. Maybe that one of them is a translation, and maybe the other one is just a mess. It's a modern day forgery. And so, I gravitate toward that. I take it by faith that it's probably a modern day forgery. I don't know until they test it. Now, Sinaiticus, if people believe it's old, they're just trusting that scholars have done their due diligence and they've proven that it's old. I don't think they've proven it. I think there's so many ways that they could date these things nowadays, and then they're not using them to date these things. Vaticanus, the amulets were tested. Naomi Gordon tested them. Very interesting looking at all that. But when it comes to these manuscripts, should be the first things tested. Like we know that there are hoaxes out there with dating things, evolution, Mormonism, this type of thing. That they want things to be real and to be old and to back up their theory that they've come up with. When something overrides Christianity, like Vaticanus and Sinaiticus has, they should be tested. These should be scrutinized. We should be examining these things. But even just scholars like Dean Burgon, he went through Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and said they're just garbage. And so, top-notch scholars have proven these to be, terrible texts. We should be listening to these guys.
Beginning in 1881, we had revisions published of the King James Version that didn't rely on the Textus Receptus, but instead relied on another version of the Greek New Testament.
So the difference between, like, say, a revision of, he's saying the King James is just a revision of the Bishop's Bible, which it's not. But the thing is, first he's sort of demonizing the King James for being a revision of the Bishop's Bible, but then he's saying, Westcott and Hort is a revision of the King James Bible. And it's like, okay. But then he's saying, yeah, but they've got a different Greek text. So it's not really a revision of the same text, is it? And oftentimes, too, this is one of the main things that a lot of people don't get. It's not just the text; it's the redefinition of English words that cause things to be translated, mistranslated, and a whole bunch of words redefined. So the redefining of English words is sort of like part 2 of the mess that Westcott and Hort have created. So part 1 is they've created this text that's just an abomination. Part 2 is their redefinition of terms. So 2,900 less Greek words than the Textus Receptus, 8,000 changes as well, but then a whole bunch of redefinitions of words. So it changes the text again. So it's just an absolute mess. And so to say it's actually a update of the King James is pretty dishonest. They should just come out and say this is a new text. But they were commissioned to do an update of the King James, but they snuck in a never seen before Greek text. And even Art Farstead, who did the New King James, says that in the Ankerberg show. He says, well, they snuck in, like deceptively snuck in a never seen before Greek text. And so that's pretty clear that this is high level deception. It's not the same Bible, and it's not like they're just doing an update. They are using completely different texts. They're throwing out all the Byzantine texts and saying that they're unreliable. And so this is causing a completely different translation to be done. I mean, the Latin Vulgate is probably, in the Reformation period, is probably closer to the Textus Receptus.
Was cobbled together from earlier and more reliable manuscripts. And that revision, published in 1881, was known
earlier and more reliable,
known as the RV, or the Revised Version. And then in the early 20th century, we had the Revised Standard Version. And then in the late 20th century, we had the New Revised Standard Version. And now in the 21st century, we had the updated edition of the New Revised Standard Version.
That's the one with Jennifer Knust, who's like LGBT proponent. She's like Bart Ehrman in a dress. She was the principal editor for that one. Yeah. What a great Bible.
Which is a revision of a revision of a revision of a revision of the King James Version, but one that departed from the source text used by the earlier King James Version. So we have a much better idea of how the Greek New Testament looked now. We also have a better idea about how the Hebrew Old Testament looked. And so modern translations of the Bible, although some people don't like that they diverge from the tradition of the King James Version, are actually more original than what we have.
They're more so. Which reading do you go with? Do you go with Vaticanus or do you go with Sinaiticus? What about when they disagree? Who do you trust? Do you trust Westcott and Hort and Scrivener and George Van Smith and Wordsworth? Who are you trusting to come up with the correct reading? And why would you go against, hundreds of years of having a reading a certain way? And why would you just throw that out and put in a brand new reading? And a lot of why isn't the Revised Version here today with us, where the King James is? I understand the King James has had a few spelling updates, a few print errors fixed, and maybe the odd word here and there, an and to put in, or a ye changed into a you or something, but it's primarily like 99.999% the same. It's not like these modern versions where it's like, oh, you got the NIV and then the ESV, and they're all just completely, different styles and different methodologies. And why isn't the RV like an option? The Revised Version, it died. And it was only really academics who they were like, well, let's put out this RV. Then you had the American Revised Standard Version, and then they've got the new Revised Standard. So the thing is that they've tried to usurp the King James in many different ways. In academia, they've done it because people have become more liberal, people have become more ecumenical. I mean, even someone like Dan McClellan, he could probably get a job working as a textual consultant for the next, ShamWow Bible that comes off the shelf. And he's a Mormon. Bart Ehrman is still deeply entrenched in the academy. What a horrible mess. So things have just become more and more apostate, and as things become more apostate, we expect from that side of the field for things to be coming towards us that are worse, and that they're not getting better. They're actually getting looser. They're getting, people like Jennifer Knust to head up a Bible translation. It's so strange. It's so weird. Liberals and weirdos and, heretics to help with Bible translation. I mean, where are the cries from all the, the people who hate King James only and hate the Textus Receptus, and where are the cries for them? I know Mark Ward, I was talking about Jennifer Knust quite a bit, and then he did a video saying, I don't agree with what she says. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. What about the Jesuits involved in the NA 29 edition? Why aren't people talking about this? It's because they're just deeply compromised. That's what I see. Why would you be involved with a group that has, Jesuits in it? Why would you have Bart Ehrman in your academy?
Have in the King James Version. And while the King James Version was a wonderful accomplishment in its day, the translation philosophy is outdated and not very helpful, and it is based on inferior manuscripts. So we have...
That's a lie. It's very helpful. It's word for word. It's very understandable. And the manuscripts, the Byzantine text, what we've found, they've gone through trying to find lots and lots of manuscripts, and what they've found is 99% of them are Byzantine and back up the readings of the King James. Now, there are a few little crumbs of information that have dropped out of the Byzantine text in a majority sense. But like I said, all the readings that Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beza had were found in Greek manuscripts. And so...
have much better and much easier to understand translations of the Bible today. And no one has spoken the language of the King James Version natively for hundreds of years.
So it's so weird. Why, he's coming from a Mormon background. Why isn't he just saying, and the Mormon Bible, plagiarizes the King James Bible. And so when it does, and it actually uses thee, thy, and thou, this type of language. So certainly he's actually critiquing the Book of Mormon at the same time, isn't he? But, the thing is, having a 400-year-old book that's accurate is way better than having a book that just came out yesterday and is very readable, but very inaccurate. I'd rather have the accuracy and look up a few words here and there. And now there are alternatives, the King James Version 2023 edition. I believe it's very close to the King James. I would say that would be a supplement. I want people to read the King James and to understand it and to enjoy that. I do. if I'm sitting here and I want to be encouraged, I just grab the King James and I read it. I do often read mine because I'm thinking about concepts. Whenever someone says a word, I'm like, oh, how did I translate that in this verse, and trying to make sure things marry up and all the rest of it. But apart from that, I don't feel like I need my edition. I feel like I can read the King James fine. So I think my version is more like a supplement for those who do struggle. There are people who do struggle with reading it, but there are people who do claim to struggle, and then it's like, okay, read this one then. At least it might be a little bit lesser than the King James, but at least it's better than New King James, MEV, this type of thing. And also a lot of people overseas, people in Papua New Guinea, many people speak English, but they will gravitate toward, ESV or NIV, this type of thing, just because it's easier. And it is harder. The more detached you become from English-speaking countries like Australia and America and the UK, when you're getting people who are multilingual, like in India, there's 50 million people who speak English as their first language, but to give them a King James is like it's a hurdle for them. And I've seen that in New Guinea, I've seen it in Pakistan, I've seen it in many countries where a lot of people do speak English, but they do struggle with the older English, and so that Bible's for them. They can read that one. So it's a supplement.
So while a lot of people like the antiquarian and the sophisticated and the poetic nature of the King James prose, there's nothing that special about it, and a lot of people...
I know there's a lot special about it. It's way better than the ones you're recommending. The ones you're recommending, I think, are trash. I'll debate you any day of the week on those issues. And so we're going to go through quite a lot of these videos. I know this one's taken quite a long time, and I did read through the 15 rules of translation, but I think we're staying on topic. We're talking about the King James. We're talking about what Dan thinks about it, but we'll just keep going through.
We'll misunderstand what's going on in the English anyway. So in short, there's a fascinating history to the King James Version, and here are some books you can check out if you'd like to learn more.
David Norton, that was the guy who I was thinking about, that Bryan Ross often talks about. Pen and Iron, American Prose and the King James Bible. I haven't read that. Robert Alter.
More about its background, about the text.
I've got Gordon Campbell's, I think it's on my shelf over there somewhere.
Textual history about the people.
David Norton, another one, Textual History of the King James Bible. I do have a bit of pushback against some of his understanding of the source texts. I think that some of these source texts are not what they seem to be. I think some of these texts actually came around later, after 1611. But yeah, I would have to do a full deep dive to prove that. But just, listening to Bryan Ross's stuff, listening to what Chris Yates has said about it, and these guys know their stuff, I'm gravitating more toward that position. But yeah, anyway, let's continue.
Who were involved.
Both secretaries, Adam Nicholson, The Making of the King James Bible. That was one of the first ones that I read. I think it came out in 2006, maybe. I have this edition of it here, and it's called Power and Glory. So it's God's secretaries in the United States and in other parts of the world. And so, interesting read. It's very well written. But if you believe, King James was a homosexual and probably a pedophile, that's all the way through that. And there's always the spicy, saucy sort of royal family scandal type of thing happening in that book. And it's a bit of a shame that happens. But the way the book's written, it's written in a very interesting way. Adam Nicholson writes well. The accuracy of it, I'm not quite sure, but there are certain themes and things that he talks about that I think have triggered things in me that have caused me to study certain things, especially about the translators. Like he'll talk about Lancelot Andrews, and he's just like, this guy's a machine for languages. He just knows his stuff. He's a legend, sort of thing. and that has caused me to look further and further into the translators and their abilities and what they knew theologically and linguistically, and what works they had done, like Henry Saville and others. But as the years have gone by, I've gone back to reread certain parts of it, and I'm disappointed. And so I guess it's one of those things that, like, it did influence quite a lot of King James believers thinking, back 20 years ago when it came out. Well, this has been out for quite a long time now. Where's the copyright? Power and Glory, copyright 2003. Okay. But I remember seeing Adam Nicholson, if you type in his name and maybe God's Secretaries or Power and Glory, he was invited to speak at the 2011 400-year anniversary of the King James, and straight away he's like, King James was a homosexual. And it's like, oh, here we go. Because the same people who are pushing that type of narrative say that Erasmus was a homosexual, George Washington was a homosexual, Jesus was as well. David and Jonathan were definitely homosexual, this type of thing. And so it's just rubbish. And unfortunately, when you go through these books, The Cradle King, talking about King James, I've got it on my shelf there. A whole bunch of other books, talking about who King James is and the history of the translators. And if people are secular, they're going to try and create a saucy narrative. They try and Dan Brown it. They basically want to spice some sort of religious controversy. I mean, if you just stick with the story, it's good enough. And I think, a lot of people are coming out and doing works on Tyndale at the moment. I think that's one of the best stories that you can come up with. The story of what Tyndale did and how he died and the influence that he had, etc. But King James, that would be an interesting movie. Imagine doing a whole movie on King James and the translators. You could do you see these Netflix series that go for years. You could do that. And yes, but I guess the thing is, you're probably appealing to intellectuals, to people who know about that. I guess it's like doing a whole thing on Shakespeare, but people have done that. I find the issues around the scriptures way more interesting than Shakespeare's plays and stuff. But anyway, let's continue.
But if you would like to understand the Bible better, you're far better off just getting a newer version of the Bible.
Yeah, because Galatians chapter 12, most of the Bibles are saying to cut your genitals off in modern Bibles, but if you read the King James, it just says to cut them off in a sense of disfellowship. And even Tyndale says separate from them. And so it's quite interesting that they, it's easier to read, apparently, just cut your genitals off. Great. If you're a legalist, Paul hopes that you do that to yourself. If you're a Seventh-day Adventist, or I guess I'm a King James only weirdo, so I'm a legalist according to a lot of people. Where's my butcher knife? I'm going to just do that. This is the ridiculous, silly readings in these new Bibles. But unfortunately, that's what people are getting. Someone like Dan McClellan, he's not really thinking too hard when he's saying this. He's just like, well, these Bibles are way better, Yeah, sure. They're full of mistranslations. They're full of problems, and they're based on the critical text. And so all around, they're just bad and usually translated by people who are not trustworthy.
Like the NRSV UE. And the fit for this video has
NRSV UE. Let me just show you the one that he's promoting, NRSV UE. It just amazes me, So New Revised Standard Version, which is usually the worst one. Bart Ehrman worked on that, Okay, so this is a committee member, Bruce Metzger. Yeah, really want him to be a part of it. Alan Whitgren. But let's go down to the New Revised Standard Version UE. And Who's involved with that? Okay, updated edition. Okay, maybe they're not going to say it, but it's got its roots in the World Council of Churches. Maybe. No, they're not saying Knust. I'll put in that and Knust. Let's have a look. New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition. Let's look for Knust. Okay, General Editors, Michael W. Holmes and Jennifer Knust. Like, they're right at the top. And if you don't know who Jennifer Knust is, just type in Jennifer Knust LBGT. You know, I'll do that for you. And this video will come up. And just watch the first 5 minutes of that, and you'll be like, oh my gosh, she's probably one of the biggest promoters of the LBGT community, and she's heading up a Bible version, and the one that Dan McClellan is promoting. It's just bizarre, man. And you know, where are all the people crying out about this? You know, why aren't there howls coming from, you know, I hear James White talking about King James only weirdos all the time. What about these guys? Why isn't he doing whole programs on this and warning people about this and how they wanted to redefine? She was very disappointed when the rest of the committee wouldn't redefine Usna Koite the way that she wanted it. And so very, very disappointed she was. So
Has been Thundercats. Ho!
Okay, so let's drop that one down. I'll switch that off. And so some of these I haven't seen, you know. Well, this one I've sort of got halfway through and gone, okay, let's touch on that. Let's do this.
A lot of people like the King James Version of the Bible. I think it's a great literary artifact, but it is an awful translation of the Bible.
It's an awful translation of the Bible.
They were using inferior manuscripts.
No, superior manuscripts. The Textus Receptus is the best that you can get.
Because they were frequently being overly literal?
Because they were frequently being overly literal. No, they were literal, but not overly literal. They were understandable. And just because you get paraphrase Bibles that just depart from, they go thought for thought instead of word for word, that doesn't make something better. We want translations that are accurate. We want translations that are as word for word accurate as you can possibly get. But the King James has that balance because the translators, they were very skilled in what they did. They weren't just haphazardly translating things. And that's how everything was translated back then. If they were translating for the King of England, or they were translating for, you know, a foreigner who just, you know, visited from France or something like that, they would translate in the same way, well, very accurately and understandably. But of course, you know, someone who's a Mormon, he's going to have a bias against King James.
If they didn't have a clear understanding of what something meant in the source, they would frequently just render it literally, translate it as literal as they could, follow the same word order and everything.
They followed the same word order. Like, this is ridiculous. All you would have to do is get an interlinear, like I'm looking for my berries interlinear, which should be around here somewhere. Now, if you have a berries interlinear, here it is. What it does, now, unfortunately, it has the 1550 text or 1551 text of Scrivener. Stephanus, but what they do have, and I'll show you this, because most of it's the same as Beezer. Okay, now I'll just make my screen nice and big. Okay, so you can see here It's got the interlinear, but sometimes what you'll see is it'll have numbers next to that word. Say Samaria there, it has a number 2, and what it's doing is see how it says had received, it's got a 2 and then a 3. What it's doing is showing you the Greek order, the number that would appear in Greek, and it's showing you that I've just got to actually look at the text here that we have. Okay, so it has Jerusalem is number 4. So in the sentence it has, and having heard the in Jerusalem apostles that had received Samaria the word of God. And so the having heard is word number 5, and heard is word number 6, and then it goes back to number 1, the number 3, in, and then Jerusalem 4, and then apostles 2. So it's showing you that if you just have an interlinear with the words underneath, it doesn't follow the Greek structure at all. It's showing you that this word needs to come first and this needs to come second. Now, if you were to go to, say, Revelation chapter 13, because I know this because I had a sort of bit of an online debate with someone about this, and I was wrong. And so this is years ago, about Revelation 13, when it's talking about the book of life. And so you can see when it says 666, where it's talking, it's actually showing I'm sort of showing that to the screen, but I haven't made it big. But basically, just to sort of summarize it, the issue there is that the word order changes so much from the Greek that there's actually 14 places. It goes to up to 14 places where there's variation, which is quite high. And so it's not just, hey, we're just following the word order. That's so ridiculous. It just shows you that Dan McClellan doesn't know much about translation. He doesn't know much about how the King James translators worked. There's even to the point where in Ephesians, I'm pretty sure it's Ephesians chapter 2 or maybe 3, there's one Greek word that jumps 5 verses, and they have it at the end of like 5 verses. And it's like, that's not just going word for word order like that. I can't remember exactly what it is, but they put it like in an italic to let you know that it's like not in that verse, but it's clearly in verse 1. It's like the first word. And so that they just had to do that in English, because in Greek, they just wrote it a different way. And so it's a whole, in context, it's a whole chunk of text. People have said, oh, they've omitted this. And so I studied into it and was like, no, they've just moved it 5 verses. They skillfully did that. Why would Dan say, oh, they're just going word for word, even the word order, when they're certainly not? That's ridiculous. But this is what we hear from Dan. So let's continue.
Like that. And sometimes it's just nonsensical. Like it's
nonsensical. Okay.
Passages in the King James Version that are semantically meaningless. It's also outdated.
Okay, semantically meaningless. I guess he's maybe doing an interview or something, and this is just a short. But this is under why the King James Version is the worst version. Why the King James Bible sucks. This type of thing. They obviously don't know much about it. It's outdated.
When they published the King James Version, nobody spoke the language, because
nobody spoke the language. So a few words here and there, thee, thy, thou, you, ye, your, understandable to the people, but they didn't speak it in every. You don't go down to the shop and say, hey, thee, thy, you don't use that type of language. But it clearly showed the plural and the singular in the pronouns, and so there's nothing wrong with that.
It is a very conservative revision of the Bishop's Bible, which was a very conservative revision of earlier translations back to Tyndale. And so the language is almost a century out of date on the date.
So in the other video, he said it was 85% Tyndale, but now he's saying it's out of date because it copied Tyndale. Like, how dumb, how silly is that? If you read Tyndale and then you read the King James, I mean, it's only 80 to 90 years difference. Okay, and clearly when you read Tyndale, there's things in there that are hard to read because we don't know any, because see, that's still Middle English. When you've got King James, it's early modern English. So when people say, oh, it's Old English, I understand some people they mistakenly say it's older English, but they say it's Old English. But there are actually categorizations of having modern English, and the King James actually is modern English. Tyndale falls into Middle English, and then you've got earlier English before that. And so like Beowulf and that type of thing.
It was published, and now it's 400 years further out of date. A lot of people.
Okay, so that's one little short. Okay, let's go to this one.
Absolutely nothing to do with the KJV's rendering of Exodus 22:18, which says, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. The fit for this video is the old school Hulk. And I frequently get comments to the effect that King James added this to the text, or that King James demanded they translate this a certain way, or that King James changed the way it was understood because of how much he hated women and witches. And King James' own proclivities aside related to women and witchcraft, none of that is true, because the King James rendering of Exodus 22:18 did not change at all from its source text. The King James Version is a conservative revision of the Bishop's Bible. It was first published in 15.
Notice this is his mantra. It's just a revision of the Bishop's Bible, but it's like it's an accurate translation of the Greek and Hebrew. He's just showing one tiny little bit. It's a half truth. This is misleading. Yes, they use the Bishop's Bible as a draft text, but they were told to use the Bishop's Bible and amend it according to the originals. And so it's very clear. And then they were told that they could go to all these other English translations as well. And they did, and they went to foreign language translations as well. And so it's just a revision. And so this seems like, I know some anti-King James people, like say Timothy Berg, he would say this frequently. There's a guy, Ken, who I've had to block. I can't remember his name. Ken Bakerfield. I've had to block him because he was just completely obnoxious. And he would say, no, it's just a revision of the Bishop's Bible. And so I've gone through all this argumentation before with lots of different people. But it is both a revision and a translation. So he is saying a half-truth, which is a lie.
68. And in that first edition, this passage reads exactly the same way. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. We can go back to the Geneva Bible in 1560. Exact same thing. We can go back to the Coverdale Bible in 1535. We can go back to Tyndale's translation of the Pentateuch in 1530. They all say the exact same thing. We can even go back to the late 1300s. Wycliffe's translation of Exodus says the exact same thing. Now, in the Hebrew, the word here that is translated witch is machashepha, which is a feminine participle based on the verbal root kashaf, which means to practice sorcery. So a more accurate translation would be something like sorceress. But witch is the way it had been translated ever since the first English translations of the Bible. The King James Version didn't change anything at all, and King James himself played absolutely no role whatsoever in the translation decision. King James.
Okay, well, that was sort of, I guess, he's trying to come against, some of the obvious, claims against the King James Bible. And, you do hear him say this sometimes. He'll, like, even with the whole Easter thing, for the last 20 years, I've been saying Easter's not a pagan festival. Easter's in the King James by design. And now the atheists are all saying that. And it's like, okay, well, saying stuff that they're probably, the scholarship's probably come out of our camp and leaked into theirs, and they're like, oh, let's run with this. So someone's talked about that. I'm sure if I looked it up on Will Kinney's site, he's probably talking about that. And so we'll shut that one down and we'll go to the next one. Now, I'll catch up on some of these comments. I actually thought the comments stopped, but I had just not refreshed my page. So Bible Highlighter says, church was the word English speakers use for the Christian assembly. Therefore, it is the correct English translation of ecclesia, churche. Definition 4a says the entire community of Christians, quotes since the 1100s. Just ask Claude AI. It will give you the exact link. So about 400 years before the King James Version, church was the word that was used for the assembly of believers. I also came up with a good defense on God forbid and penny recently too. Yes, God forbid is even Dan Wallace. He admits that this is a type of prayer, the strongest type of negative that umi. He says that this was a type of prayer in the Greek language. So having God involved, God forbid, it's quite an interesting thing when you look into that. And the King James Version Today website has a very good article on that. Bible Highlighter says, had to do a lot of digging. Embryo is in the house living the dream and says, what good is having an easier to read Bible if it's false? Better to learn up than to dumb down the Bible. Interesting how the academy has turned the church against the actual word of God. Yeah. So it's almost like the Roman Catholics, you know, they've become this apostate weird group, and they're actually against Christianity. And you know, they used to burn us at the stake, but now they just go along and attack Christians through literature, through the Bible, through misinformation, and also just side with weirdos and fun weirdos like Benny Hinn and all the rest of it. Robert Schuller and all these other people, they're all just ecumenical. So yeah, anyway, did I shut that one down? I think this is a new one. Let's jump into this.
Take a look at a translation error in the King James Version that continues to influence Christians today, even if they don't use the King James Version anymore. Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. The fit for this video is Jurasisic Parak. And in Daniel 3, verse 25, Nebuchadnezzar looks into the furnace after he's thrown Daniel's companions, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, into the furnace. And he says,
this will just show you that Dan McClellan is illiterate in Hebrew.
He sees a fourth person. And the King James Version says the form of the fourth is like the Son of God. And for centuries, this has been interpreted as a reference to Jesus. It is a mistranslation, pure and simple.
It's a mistranslation, pure and simple. You know, he knows more than the 60 translators. And so this is one of the amazing things. I remember it was the main guy for the NIV on the Ankerberg show doing the King James only debate. And he said about Psalm 12, the King James translators just made a mistake there. I'm like, what, all 60 of them made a mistake? You know, like the odds of that happening are really slim. But no, apparently they all made this mistake, you know, and it's quite amazing to just listen to someone who wouldn't even be able to serve coffee to these guys when they're doing their translation. Like imagine, you know, someone like some of the leading people of the ESV and the NIV, like standing around while the King James guys are translating, and they're like, "Hey, who wants a coffee?" And they turn around and speak to them in Latin or something, and they're like, I don't understand what you're saying. It's like, well, learn more, you know. They speak to him in Greek or French or what, you know, pick 50 different languages, and he couldn't understand it. And then he's the one saying, hey, I know more than the King James translate. Like they hardly know anything. And so here's Dan McClellan. He knows, you know, he studied textual criticism.
The Aramaic is bar elahin, which is indefinite and explicitly plural. It would be more accurately translated a son of gods, which is a conventional idiomatic way to refer to a member of the class known as gods. In other words, Nebuchadnezzar sees a deity, a god. That's all. Remember, this is a Babylonian king. The author is telling the story through the perspective of this Babylonian king, and so says that it looks like there's a god in there with the other four. Most translations these days correct this, and it will say the form of the fourth is like a god, or a son of gods, or a divine being, or something like that. The New King James Version does not. It maintains the Son of God. And this has influenced other translations. For instance, Brenton's translation of the Septuagint renders the Son of God, even though the Greek says angelou theou, an angel of God. And many Christians today, even if they don't use the King James Version, will insist that this is still a reference to Jesus Christ. But that would not be a common interpretation without the translation error of the King James Version. And people have told me in the past, you can't prove that's not Jesus. And I can say that's Jesus if I want to. And that's absolutely true. But it's also a manifestation of the fact that we negotiate with the text. And we interpret the text in ways that make it more meaningful and useful to us today. And so this is a manifestation of the desire not to allow the text to operate on its own terms, but to compel the text to operate in the service of our terms today. This is what I mean when I talk about negotiating with the text. We're trying to read into the text something that will make the text more meaningful and useful to us. And that is why the text is not the ultimate authority. The text is just the proof text that authorizes and validates the ultimate authority, which is our tradition and the interpretations that our tradition curates.
Spoken like a great Mormon. Okay, so let's just get a very good site up here. KJV Today. So this has been floating around on the internet for at least 15 years, this article, I'm pretty sure. And so Dan should really jump on this site and read through this, and then he won't make these silly mistakes and embarrass himself and prove that he doesn't really know the languages. So where are we? We are in Daniel. Let's keep going through. 325. And I'll just quickly read through this. And I proved this in another, I think it might have been another Dan video or a CJ Cornthwaite, or someone was saying the same type of thing. He answered and said, "Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the fourth is like the Son of God." Daniel 3:25, King James Version. This passage concerns the miraculous deliverance of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego from the fiery furnace. Clark's commentary of the Bible says, with respect to the King James translation of this verse, is like the Son of God, a most improper translation. What notion could this idolatrous king have of the Lord Jesus Christ? Barnes' notes on the Bible says that Chaldee is simply Demer Leber Elohim, trying to read the transliteration there, like to a son of God, or to a son of the gods, since the word Elohim, Chaldee, or Elohim, Hebrew, though often and indeed usually applied to the true God, is in the plural number, and in the mouth of a pagan would properly be used to denote the gods that he worshipped. So just to cut a long story short, basically all you have to do is read a few verses later, which most people don't, because most people are not reading the Bible. They're just looking at these things and going, oh, that's a mistake, and they run with it. If they actually just were reading the Bible in Hebrew like they claim, they would just read a few verses down and see exactly what happens here. Okay, so God or gods. While it's recognized that the Aramaic word could mean either gods or God, context determines whether it is singular or plural in English. You have the contextual definition, which overrides the lexical definition many times. Several commentaries share this view that the polytheistic king of Babylon would have conceived of the figure as a son of the gods, plural, and not as God, singular. Such commentators fail to read the immediate context. In just the next verse, verse 26, Nebuchadnezzar addresses the 3 Hebrews as ye servants of the Most High God, singular, In verse 28, the king continues to praise the God, singular, of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and refers to his angel. In verse 29, the king recognizes the uniqueness of this God who alone can deliver after this sort. So while it may be true that the king was a practicing polytheist, he was certainly knowledgeable of the singular Most High God, which we translate as singular God, son or son. Okay, so capital S or small s. Another point in contention that the King James Version translated bar as son with a capital letter, which makes it seem as though the king was referring to the second person of the Trinity. The critics point out verse 28, where the king recognizes this as being an angel, to rebut the presumption that a greater divine being was in the mind of the king. In response, although the king believed that this was in fact an angel, his statement in verse 25 is a simile. He says, the form of the fourth is like the Son of God. He is not saying that the being is in fact the Son of God, but merely looks like the Son of God. He certainly could have said that the being looks like an angel, but he chose to provide the loftier expression. And if you understand that son just means like heir, he's an heir of God. When Jesus was saying he's the Son of God, the Pharisees, they wanted to stone him because you make yourself God by saying you're an heir of God. You're going to inherit everything from God, so that you're God, this type of thing. You're a son, because back then the whole culture was the son, the firstborn. He got everything. Accordingly, we can understand that the king was comparing the being to something resembling the Most High God, which he acknowledges immediately later, and more magnificent than just an ordinary angel. The king may not have conceived of the actual Jewish Messiah in the term the Son of God, but at least he was invoking the image of an avatar or a theophany in accordance with his pagan view. Thus to the king, this being resembled the Son. This being resembled the Son of God as he understood the term. There's nothing wrong with capitalizing the S, because it does not necessarily mean the king was inferring to the second person of the Christian Trinity. But our main thing that he's talking about is just that, it's wrong there. So if we just go to Daniel 3:25 in something like Bible Hub, I'll just quickly go there. Very clearly, and I recently went here in a video, and I spent quite a long time on this, but I won't today. But let's go to the Hebrew, and let's look at this in the interlinear. Okay. Now we want to go to the chapter. That's where we're going. Now let's look at our verse 25. Where are we? 28, 27. Here. Okay. The form of the fourth is like the Son of God, Elohim. Okay. So let's get Elohim. Okay, so it appears there. Now let's look at other words. So the very next verse has Eloha, and he's talking singular. And he says servants of God, and it's singular. And then we look again. It says, blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And then, in the context, it says, yet their own God, singular. So the thing is, it's like why are they just picking on this one verse? Why don't they go through and change all these other verses? Because if he meant plural there, well, he should mean plural everywhere else. And so, but if you just read the context, I'll just grab the King James Version and you'll see it. It's if you just read the Bible regularly, you'll go like this. Nebuchadnezzar was astonished and rose up in haste and spake and said unto his counselors, did we not cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? And they answered and said unto the king, true, O king. And he answered and said, lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt. And the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace, and spake and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High, God, not you servants of the Most High gods. You heard, sir, because he's saying the Most High God, the greatest God. So there's only one greatest God. It's like saying, well, this is the winner of the Olympics. Oh no, we have the winners of the Olympics. It doesn't make any sense. Come forth and hither. And Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire, and the princes, governors, and captors, and the king's counselors, being gathered together, saw these men upon whose bodies the fire had no power, and nor was a hair of their head singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of fire had passed on them. So let's keep reading. Then Nebuchadnezzar spoke and said, blessed be the God, not the gods, of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who hath sent his angel and delivered his and an angel just means a messenger, and sent his servants that trusted in him, and have changed the king's word and yielded their bodies that they might not serve or worship any god except their own God. So you can see all the way through this, it's talking about the singular God, the Most High God. That they don't read the Bible. The people making these type of claims don't read the Bible. They claim to read Hebrew, but all they're doing is looking at Bible contradictions, number 72. Oh, let's just do a video on that, And we would see the same thing with Bart Ehrman and a whole bunch of other people who make these type of claims. Therefore, I make a decree that every people, nation, and language which speak anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, which God is he talking about? Just these pagan gods, sons of the gods? No, he's specifically talking about their God. Well, you don't think he knew about the Hebrew God? Was Nebuchadnezzar totally just illiterate? They shall be cut into pieces, and their houses should be made a dunghill, because there is no other God that can deliver after this sort. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. So as you can see, all you have to do is read the context. It's very clear. And if you read before, yes, Nebuchadnezzar sometimes uses this word to do with pagan gods. Maybe I can find that. He does mention the plural gods here. These men have not regarded thee. They serve not thy gods, nor worship the golden image. So you serve not my gods. O king, we will not serve your gods. And so you just have to read this in context. He says, if it be so, our God, whom we serve, is able to do. They gave Nebuchadnezzar a lesson. We serve one God. We serve a God. We're not serving a plurality of gods. We won't worship your gods. So do you think Nebuchadnezzar knew what was the case here? All you have to do is read the Bible. These people are biblically illiterate. They don't understand the Bible. They don't read the Bible. They have no interest in reading the Bible. They have interest in causing doubt in the Bible and making money off their YouTube clips and all the rest of it. That's all they're doing. They don't understand the text. They don't understand the context. And so I think that's the one I just went through responding to a bad argument for the King James. I'll just see if this is the one.
Dan McClellan, I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. Let's take a look at a video.
Why King James?
Okay, so this is a different one. So he's going into Kent Hovind. So maybe Kent Hovind gets things wrong. I know Kent Hovind, he says, well, the King James translators used 5,000 manuscripts. And I'm like, no, they didn't. There's 5,000 manuscripts today that are considered Byzantine, which is the family of texts that were used by Erasmus, Stephanus, Beza, and other guys during that period. The Complutensian Polyglot guys, and also the King James translators would have been what they knew, because Vaticanus was rejected and Sinaiticus was just not there. And so Ken Hovind just makes some mistakes like that.
James. Why?
All right, let's see it.
Look at Psalms chapter 12. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. What does the word them refer back to in that verse? Thou shalt preserve them. Preserve what?
Well, if you knew Hebrew, you could look at the Hebrew and you would see that the beginning of verse 7 has the word tishmarem, which is the verbal root shamar, to guard, watch, or keep, with a third masculine plural object suffix. So whatever God is keeping, guarding, or watching, it is masculine plural. Now, you could also look at the word imarot, which is what is translated words in the previous verse, and you would know that that is a feminine plural ending. So what is the antecedent of them? It's not the words. It can't be, because those are feminine. And what is being guarded, kept, or watched is masculine. You have to go back to verse 5. It is the poor and the needy mentioned in verse 5 that will be watched, guarded, or kept.
His words. He's promising he's going to preserve his words, right?
No, that would be a flatly incorrect reading.
How about NIV? The words of the Lord are flawless, like silver purified in a furnace of clay, purified 7 times. O Lord, you will keep us safe and protect us from such people forever. Is that saying the same thing? There are very serious differences between these Bible versions. Things that are different are not the same. These Bible versions are definitely different, so you can't say they're the same.
Well, they could both be interpreted to refer to the same antecedent of that object suffix, but because the King James Version is ambiguous, it's not clear that the referent has to be the poor and the needy from verse 5, it leads to misunderstanding on the part of people who do not have the ability to consult the source text.
As far as I understand it, 151 English translations of the Bible right now available. The law is you cannot get a copyright and therefore protect your work and therefore get more.
So before he gets into the copyright stuff, so Ken Hovind, I think he's correct here, and I'm going to show you why. And so, so Kent, he is a King James only guy, and he oftentimes is saying stuff that like maybe Gail Ripplinger or Ruckman would say, which 90% of the time is okay. The other 10%, it can be maybe 5% of it is still correct, but the wrong argumentation of how you get there, and the other 5% is just wrong. And so that's why sometimes in TR groups we make a distinction. We're Textus Receptus people. We're not. We don't classify ourselves as King James onlyists in a sense of Peter Ruckman, Gail Ripplinger, and all these other people, because simply they use wrong argumentation. But I think he's correct here, and I'm going to show you why. But then he's going on to the copyright issue. The whole copyright issue is oftentimes misunderstood. You have to change the text, 10% or 20% or whatever, to get a copyright, this type of thing. Well, that just depends on where you are, who you're getting the copyright through, and that there are copyright laws, but I think usually when it comes to copyright issues, most people say, well, the King James isn't copyrighted. Now, I do sympathize with people who do say the King James isn't copyrighted, because in the United States, it's pretty much public domain. And so I think it's 70 years after the author has died, then it becomes public domain in the United States. But the King James is still under Crown copyright in the UK. And so I'm not actually sure how that applies to us in Australia or people in Canada, people who are part of the Commonwealth, because we are still a representative government under the monarchy. So the monarchy still has part of, we're still part of that Westminster type of system. But But getting back to the copyright, and so I'm pretty sure if you wanted to print in the UK, you have to ask for copyright permission. In America, you can just do whatever you want, but it doesn't seem like they really enforce it. I'm not sure about in the UK. That might be gnarly over there, but here I know, like say Bible Protector, he's got his King James editions and he's just putting them out there, and he's not saying, hey, you know, I've got permission from anyone to do this. So I'm pretty sure we have here in Australia the 70-year rule as well. We probably just adopted that from the United States. But let's see what Kent's saying about copyright, because usually when people who are King James only talk about copyright, usually they're wrong. Okay, they say that King James is the only Bible that's not copyrighted, and there's actually tons of Bibles that aren't copyrighted. You know, there's recent Bibles that aren't copyrighted, and so it's usually the most popular ones, ESV, NIV. Yes, they have copyrights on them, and sometimes too things have to have copyright on them, or else people can just steal them and change them. And so you have, like, just public domain means you can just do whatever you want with it. But having a copyright means you can't just change the text and just, you can't just steal it and just do whatever you want with it. And so I can understand if a group of people have worked on something for years and years and years, and they actually have invested money, they want to get money back from that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with printing things and trying to get money back or whatever. The King James had copyright, and so if we're going to say that the modern Bibles are really bad for doing that, the king had invested in that, and he wanted copyright on that, and they was it Barker, Kenneth Barker, I think it was, he was the printer, and so they were to make money doing that and to promote the King James edition. And so anyway, let's just continue on.
Money unless you have 10% different from the original.
Well, the King James Version is in the public domain, at least in the United States. So there's nothing prohibiting anyone from publishing any revision of the King James Version of any degree of similarity to the KJV. So this is just a manifestation of profound ignorance regarding the source text of the Bible. And Sugar, the fifth for this video has been Rogue.
Let's just go back to Kent's copyright issue. Not something that I really want to stick to, but
Text.
As far as I understand it, 151 English translations of the Bible right now available. The law is you cannot get a copyright and therefore protect your work and therefore get more money unless you have 10% different from the original.
Okay, so usually the 10% difference, some people say 20% different, and so you'll see a difference in a Bible, and people are like, oh, well, you have to have your 20% difference, so they just changed it for the sake of it. I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure that if you did a translation, like a faithful translation of the Bible, I mean, the Bible is in Greek and in Hebrew, and if you're translating that across, it would be interesting to find out exactly where the difference is. And I know some people love to talk about this, and some people have figured this all out. It's not something that I really bother with much, because it just seems more like a trivial sort of thing that's usually wrong, and I just can't be bothered jumping into it, and that's why I'm trying to skip over it at the moment. But it does seem like Dan is thinking that he's saying you have to have 10% different from the King James.
Well, the King James Version is in,
but usually that argument is, well, they've got to have a difference from the ESV, the latest Bible that comes out, the ShamWow, ABC Bible, some other acronym, that they've got to have 10% different from the ESV or 10% different from the NIV. They can't just have the NIV there with like 3% difference. So people argue this sort of stuff online all the time. Usually 90% of the comments are just like, the King James isn't under copyright, and it's like, we know that. So anyway, let's get back to the issue of the pure words, and I'll just catch up on some of these comments that have been coming in. Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house. Emrio is saying, hey, Brother Stephen. Isaac is here and says, question, can someone attack the King James Version Bible but still believe in Jesus as Christ at the same time? Yes, they can. And so sometimes people do this out of ignorance. I used to do that. I used to say the King James has errors. until I educated myself and I realized that I didn't know much. I was just parroting what I was told by the academy, by strong propaganda that comes from marketing, from new Bibles, and pastors just repeat this sort of stuff from pulpits and in teaching circles, and so you just think that there's errors, and then when you study things for yourself, you realize, hang on, I'm wrong. The King James is correct, and I went from that position, and I've studied pretty much everything that's ever been put in front of me, saying it's an error. I'll study into it, and it just gets to the point where the arguments are so flimsy now that anything new is just really flimsy, because I've had the best, all of the James White arguments, the Dan Wallace arguments, the Bart Ehrman arguments, and these guys are just rehashing a lot of that sort of stuff. And so I was like that, but I believe I was saved. I was just wrong. And so and some people, they think that their King James has errors somewhere, but they just haven't found them, and they're looking for them. I don't think it's a salvation issue. I got saved by just praying to God. The Spirit of God came into my life, and I became born again, totally changed. And this has happened to lots of different people. And then when you join a church, usually you just adopt the Bible they've got there. I know some King James people make out that you consciously went, I'm going to go and read this Bible. And, someone like Stephen Anderson's like, if you haven't heard words from the King James Bible, you're not saved, in this type of thing, which is just weird. But anyway, I think that you choose the King James because it's truth. It's a bit like if you used to believe in a flat earth, or you used to believe that aliens or that reptilians or something, or you believed in ghosts or something, and then you become a Christian and you read the Bible about it, you're like, oh, hang on, I'm wrong on that. Or you used to believe in evolution, you're like, hang on, I'm wrong on that, and you correct yourself, and then you move on your merry way. And so it's the same with the King James Bible. It's a truth issue, but it is probably one of the primary truth issues, because out of the text is where you get all your theology and doctrine and teaching, and you're applying it to your life. So it's a very important issue. I think it's one of the most important issues. I think out of this comes most other issues. So I think if you can get this right, it's sort of aligning your compass correctly, and then you can travel around other theological issues with ease. Because if you've got a compass that's pointing in the wrong direction, you're all over the place. And so some of these Bibles do that to you. You try and work out theological concepts from the ESV or from the NIV. Try arguing with a Jehovah's Witness about the Trinity using it NIV. It's terrible. I've done that. I've been at people's houses, and they know that I can debate Jehovah's Witnesses really well. So they've got a knock at the door, and they're like, Nick, I want to see this, And so I'm like, cool. Have you got a Bible? Oh, we've got an NIV. And I'm like trying to show them verses, and they're missing words, just crunched up. The deity of Christ isn't there, and I'm just like, and it looks pathetic. And so I'm throwing that Bible on the couch and saying, just going by memory, rather than having this text that's, the underlying text is being formulated with Unitarian influence. Why would you want something like that to come against people who are primarily Unitarian? Emilio says, did you all catch what this Mormon just said? He actually admitted to practicing eisegesis. Interesting. Isaac says, Emilio, is practicing eisegesis an unforgivable sin before God? Probably not an unforgivable sin, but it's, I guess we all have done that in a certain sense. But it should be something that we stop doing. The Bible says in Ephesians, just if you're lying, stop lying. Just stop it. If you want to be obedient to God, you should really stop those type of things. Isaac says, so Emilio says, blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is the only unforgivable sin. Isaac says, Emilio, interesting. Did you know that Holy and Spirit don't show up paired together until the famous Psalm 51? Do you know what David did that made him write in that psalm? Okay, so he's asking that question. Or he's asking God to have mercy on him according to his unfailing love and all that sort of stuff. Wayne on Wheels says the USA got a KJV copyright rights around 1776. Yes, broke away from the British and just said, we will do whatever we want with your literature. Isaac said, question, why is the KJV so idolized when it came 1600 years after Christ walked on earth? Wouldn't it make sense that the Ethiopian Bible is more reliable than the King James Version? Well, the King James Version translators have the luxury of having access to the Ethiopian Bible, having access to the Latin, to the Greek, to the Chaldee, to the French, to the German, to the Hebrew, to all these languages. And so they actually picked the cream of the crop and went through everything. With something like the Ethiopian Bible, because it's so old, we're not sure if the copy that came through to us is accurate. We're not sure that it was just some, because usually the accurate ones got used more. It's like my Book of Mormon sitting on the shelf. The pages are white as snow because I never use it because it's just trash. Now, if you've got an Ethiopian Bible with a whole bunch of Gnostic stories in it, it might be trash. It might have been considered trash, and it might have been actually discarded and buried because it was trash, So then it's been preserved. So that's one of the things. And so the King James Version is based upon 99.99% of the manuscripts back up the King James Version. There's only a handful that don't. When you're getting into other versions, you've got steps of separation. So then you've really got to understand the Ethiopic language, which a lot of people don't. Even experts don't understand the Ethiopic Bible. I've done debates on people we've talked at length about the Ethiopic Bible, specifically about the triadic declarations that are in Revelation. And they had experts involved with it from Smithsonian who were writing things about the Ethiopian Bible. They were experts in the Ethiopian Bible, and they were simply wrong. And I was easily able to prove them wrong. Like, it was embarrassing for the other side. And so we go with the accurate Bible. We go with the King James. And the thing is, it's in English. We're all speaking English here. We're not speaking Ge'ez. We're not speaking Aramaic. We're not speaking Chaldean. We're not speaking Syrian. The Aramaic language. And so we are speaking English. And so this is a translation. But it's not only just a translation. It's actually a culmination of all the correct readings. And so that's what makes the King James so good, is because, yes, it is a very faithful and accurate translation, but it is also the culmination of, it is the final Textus Receptus edition and Masoretic text, but in English. And so it's very, very reliable, very good source of information. And the Bible Society's understood this for like 100 years before Westcott and Hort got their grubby little fingers on the steering wheel. What you see is they were using the Masoretic text and the Textus Receptus for all their language projects, but they were to create Bibles that were akin to the King James. So the Spanish Bible was supposed to be like the King James. The Italian Bible was supposed to be like the King James. And people like Christopher Yetzer, he's got the information from the Bible Societies in those times saying we need to update this edition of the Italian Bible to match up with the King James. That's what the Bible Societies were doing. They were basically making King James-like editions. So for 100 years they did that. But now if you do that, like me, I'm in a cult, apparently. I'm a King James only weirdo, and I'm a heretic. I'm a legalist. And so if I just go back in a time machine back 150, 200 years, everyone would go, oh, you're reading our Bible. That's fine. And I would be reading the same Bible as them. No problem. But nowadays, if they got in the time machine and came to today, they would have James White breathing down their neck saying, you're reading a heretical Bible. And Dan Wallace would be saying, oh, you're an idiot and you're in a cult and all this sort of stuff. And so that's just the way of the world. The world's become weird and strange, and people have become liberal, liberal and heretical. Wayne on Wheels says, not necessarily Isaac, plus a lot of people read Ethiopian. Not a lot of people read Ethiopian. Yeah. Helg says, isn't there a difference between a modern commercial copyright and the rights of the British Crown in the UK? I think if you want to print the King James, you have to ask permission. I'm pretty sure that's the case. And I think that is only up until 2040 or something. So that there's something that they've done which has pushed it out for that long. But yeah, they still have some sort of copyright. I'm not exactly sure on it. I'm pretty sure Bryan Ross has talked about it at length, but I sort of vague out when it's copyright laws and stuff like that. Embryo says, we are here to review and comment on the video being reviewed. I don't mind the questions, but for every answer you give, it seems like you're just going to bring up something else. I'm not a scholar. Isaac says, Wayne on Wheels. Well, it'll be more logical that over time humans would be more likely to change the scripts or text. So the further you go back in time would likely be more accurate, right? No, that's wrong. What about Marcion? Marcion was known to almost every early church writer as a heretic who butchered the text. Now, what if we find his text is very early? What if we find the letter to the Thessalonians, the people in Thessaloniki, who Paul said, people are writing letters as if they're from me to discourage you that the resurrection's already passed and all this type of thing. What if we find that? Is that accurate? It's old. And so it's maybe someone just said, oh, this is terrible, and buried it. And so it's been preserved in a box, buried, and we find it. But we should use logic and go, okay, well, that's a corruption. So Vaticanus Sinaiticus are corruptions. We see that there were a lot of corrupt texts. There were people like Arians who were trying to chop the texts up. We see people like Origen who was amending the text. There were Gnostics who were chopping out verses and putting certain things into the text. And so you just have to have discernment when you're going through these issues and know the issues and what they are. And that's why we follow the Byzantine text. We follow the Textus Receptus. Isaac says, just having a conversation, can we not do that? No, that's fine. ESV got copyright permission from the RSV, which was an ASV, which was Westcott and Hort, who attacked the King James Version. Yes. Very strange. And the RSV was World Council of Churches, which is interesting. Theodore Letus goes into that. He actually has a whole thing on the ESV and the World Council of Churches, and why would they bother getting something from the World Council of Churches that even Billy Graham, as liberal and as strange as he is or was, he in 1948 said that the World Council of Churches are probably going to nominate the Antichrist this year. So he didn't think well of them, but it was only 10 years later he's like, oh, me and the Pope agree on everything. You know, he was just a absolute heretic. He just lost it. Wayne and Wheels, no, that's not accurate at all. Isaac said, Wayne and Wheels, all of the different versions of the scriptures or Bible, all of them have the same message for anyone to be 100% assured of their eternal life, right? I know that's not true. That there are certain things. I mean, even look at the whole concept of adding and subtracting from the Bible. The Bible is very clear that if you do that, your part will be taken from the book of life and from the holy city. So there's no salvation for that person, but they say it's your part is taken from the tree of life. Now, most people just look at that, but I read it further and say from the holy city, and only outside of the city are dogs and murderers and liars and, you know, those type of people. So obviously not in the kingdom of God, you're in hell. But the new Bibles, they corrupt things all the way through, and they cause works-based salvation. And there's quite a lot of difference between the salvation that is in the modern Bibles and the salvation that's in the King James. And so this has been pointed out by many people. Helg says, many of the King James version only in the US, I think, spoke from the practical position the practical situation in the US regarding the King James Version compared to a modern commercial copyright, which is often worldwide. Okay, interesting. Wayne and Will says, Isaac, I can't answer that with honest. I have only read and studied the King James Version, ESV, NASB, and NIV. Afterwards, I stick with the KJV because of errors I found in others. Okay, so that's that one there. Isaac says, question, if you take out 22 books of the Ethiopian Bible, you would get the same as the 66 Bible, sorry, same 66 books, 2026 AD Bible. I'm not really sure because it just depends on which Ethiopian text you're talking about. The Ethiopian was translated into a readable text, printed, in 1548/1549. And it was actually a pope who was in for 15 days, and he wanted to print this text, the Ge'ez text. And that has the New Testament in it. And so as far as older Ethiopian editions, I'm not sure without, it's not really a huge interest of mine, the Ethiopian Bible. But, if I was to open Wikipedia and look at it, it would show me which books are in and which are out. There's a whole bunch of apocryphal works in the Ethiopian Bible as well, which we don't gel with. And so, like I said, this could be an issue where the Ethiopian Bible was corrupted and people just shelved it, and they've used their other Bibles to the point where they've just worn out to bits. My first Bible, I read it so often that it just fell to bits. It was like a year later. It was just all like huge chunks coming out. And we used to joke like, oh, I don't agree with that doctrine. I'm just throwing that out, sort of thing. Because I would walk along and bits of the Bible would fall out. So I just had to get another one. But if you've got something that's a little bit more pristine, it's probably not being used. People aren't looking at it. People aren't copying it. And that's the thing too. If people aren't copying that edition, usually it's because it's got errors. And it's a standalone text, and we're not guaranteed that everything that is called a Bible or has biblical text is accurate, and so we just stick with what is accurate. And something like the Ethiopian Bible, that's after 400, and so the Ethiopian text, it was known to Henry Stephanus. He printed a book on the Ethiopian language. He didn't write it, but he printed it, and he was Theodore Beza's printer who was printing the Textus Receptus editions. He was also the son of Henry Stephanus, who printed a bunch of Textus Receptus editions. So the Ethiopian Bible was known to that generation. One of the King James translators was an expert in the Ethiopian. The Walton's Polyglot has the Ethiopian Bible. Mills 1707 has some of the variations of the Ethiopian Bible. And so, these things have been known, but just, the Ethiopian Bible can say weird things. But the thing is, you have to be fluent in Ethiopian to know those things, because some people, they only just have a dictionary. They look through a language and they say, oh, it doesn't have this word in it. Where if you just do further study, you look at other places where that word appears in Scripture and that they're not using it in the same way the lexicon appears. This is like with Ugaritic. What happens is people say, oh, Ugaritic, it's before Hebrew. And so they go with Ugaritic writings, but really what they're going with, they don't understand that Ugaritic. They're going with what someone has said that Ugaritic means. And sometimes they haven't got 10 synonyms there. They've just got one or two words. So then what they're doing is they're overriding the Hebrew and saying, well, this actually means this other word. And it's just, it might be a synonym, or it might be something that if you don't have vowel pointings in the Hebrew, it could equal that, but it causes problems. And so, usually it takes a certain level of competence and fluency to understand. Like the Ethiopian language used to be read like Hebrew. It's a Semitic language. It was read from right to left. And I only know lots about this because I had to study it for the Revelation 16:5 material that I put in my book, a bunch of Ethiopian stuff, because it does have the future reading at Revelation 16:5 there. Isaac says, do the KJV, ESV, NASB, and NIV have the same gospel message about Jesus Christ? Not particularly. That there are places where there are mistakes, there are errors. Now, if you read them and you don't study them thoroughly, if you just sort of have a cursory read over them, you'll get the gist of a story of Jesus. But if you follow the fine print, you will find that there are huge differences, and there is works-based salvation, there is blasphemy, there are major contradictions, and what these Bibles do, they actually open up the door for people to become heretical, and for people to become skeptical, and for people, like most of the time, I'm looking online at people who are deconstructing from Christianity, and they're like, I went to seminary and they taught me all this stuff, and then I lost my faith. Why would you lose your faith? But it's because they're following the critical text, which has all these errors in it. Then they're following these new Bibles that have all these errors in it. And so, like, say, for example, if you're just reading through the scriptures, you mightn't notice this in your first read. But if you start studying, you realize, oh, Jesus said, if you get angry, you're in danger of judgment. But then in Mark, he gets angry. He's angry with the Pharisees and Sadducees because he healed on the Sabbath, and he's mad on them because they're mad. And it's like, so they're all in danger of judgment because they're all getting mad. But if you just have the Textus Receptus reading, it says if you get angry without a cause or without a genuine, good, proper reason. So it doesn't have that in the critical text. So Jesus just got angry, so he contradicts himself, and he's in danger of judgment. Jesus said, I'm not going up to the feast, but then he goes up to the feast. And the strange thing is, you're actually obligated as a Hebrew to go up to this feast. And he's like, I'm not going. So the brothers would have been like, he's backslidden, he's lost his mind, And then he goes up to the feast, so he's lying. And I've had atheists who just say, Jesus lied, look. And that's in the new Bibles. The King James, the Textus Receptus has, I'm not going up to the feast yet. That word yet changes everything. He has plans to go up there, but he's not going up yet. Very simple. There's thousands and thousands of words being written about that, which is just completely unnecessary because it's just a lousy reading. There are places in the Bible which cause Jesus' deity to be diminished in the modern Bibles, where the Textus Receptus, King James, has a very strong Trinitarian deity of Christ focus. And, some of these Bibles talk about, works-based salvation. And there are some strange and weird readings that cause contradictions. And so basically, if you follow the critical text, you're following something that has errors. The more you study it, the more errors you will see, and the further away you will get from understanding that God is a perfect God, and he said he would preserve his words. If that's the way that God's preserving his words, if you open up a jar of strawberry jam, or they call it jelly in America, and it's full of mold, well, that hasn't been preserved, has it? And so if you open up the Bible and it's got all these stupid readings in it, that will cause you to lose your faith. And if you just dig deeper and go into the Greek and Hebrew, the Greek and Hebrew are morphed and changed, and Dead Sea Scrolls override this now, and the Septuagint's better than the Hebrew now, and all this other rubbish that you learn from seminary, you become an unbeliever. So these Bibles are the marijuana to get you onto the heroin. And so a lot of people are there going, well, I'm smoking this marijuana, but I'm enjoying it at the moment, but it's going to lose its sting. They're going to want to study more, and then they're going to hear pastors saying, hey, these Bibles have mistakes, but don't worry, trust God. Just keep giving, keep turning up. And it's like, it just becomes so weak, the reasons why people are going to church. And If God can't keep his promises that are in Scripture, I would not be serving him. Now, I would be going, that is not God. But God does keep his promises. We do have the words of God. Even Revelation chapter 22, verses 18 and 19, God is saying that we should know where the words of God are, because if you add or subtract from them, your name is scrubbed from the book of life, or your part is taken from the book of life and from the holy city. So it's not a good look if you do that. But how can you do that if you don't know where the words of God are? It's like ESV, NIV, Nestle Alarm text, Westcott and Hort text, Luckman's text, or the Tyndale House. Where are the words of God? And if you don't know that, how can you ever commit that sin? Where I know where the words of God are, I can commit that sin. Inadvertently, God is saying that the believers will know where the word of God is. Don't mess with it. But, Jehovah's Witnesses, Catholics, a whole bunch of other people, Unitarians, they're doing whatever they want with the word of God. It's all over the place. They're not really sure about anything. And they don't know where the word of God is. Wayne Mills says, for the most, but understand, Isaac, the gospel message of Jesus starts in Genesis and ends in Revelation. Isaac says, Wayne Mills, okay, when did you say I can't answer that, to be honest? Or why did you say I can't answer that, to be honest? When you know all the Bibles have the same overall message of eternal life. Okay, so Jesus is a sinner then. So Jesus didn't shed sinless blood according to the Westcott and Hort text, according to the Nestle Alarm 28th Greek text, according to the NIV, the ESV, all the modern Bibles except for TR-based ones. Jesus is a sinner. So how can his blood be perfect when he has sinned and he's in danger of judgment himself? What a terrible example that guy is. So that just one thing affects the whole Bible. It affects the character of who God the Son is. And so, I've not read them all. I'm sure there is some truth in all of them. Wayne Wills, Isaac, listen to Nick. He is answering you better than I. Everyday Man of God Ministry says, I thought it was the NCC Episcopal Bishop Henry Sherrill. Okay, so I'm not sure about that. Sounds interesting. Isaac says, you were speaking of Revelation 22:19, is speaking about taking the words from the individual scroll of Revelation, as Revelation was a single scroll at one point, right? Okay, let's go with what you think. I think it's to do with the whole Bible and the whole written words of God, because this theme is in Deuteronomy. It's also in Proverbs. The theme of adding and subtracting to the words is all the way through Scripture. But if you want to just put it to Revelation, okay, let's just apply it to Revelation then. And the same applies, because people are just chopping and changing. They don't know what if you read Revelation, many people are like, I don't think they should be in there. And, this is the most contested book, and this is the hardest book to find manuscript evidence for, and all the rest of it. They don't know where the words of God are in Revelation. And so what are you going with? Are you going with the majority text? Are you going with Codex Alexandrinus, which Westcott and Hort use because Vaticanus stops in Hebrews? What text are you going with there? I go with the TR. I believe that it is accurate. I believe all the words that are in the Textus Receptus and in the King James are accurate there and deserve to be there. And so what do you think? So even if we are just applying it to that, what do you think? Emilio says, modern textual critics are using the very texts that were rejected in the past, hence modern Bible confusion and instability concerning the words and from God. Yes, very good there. Words of and from God, yes. Isaac says, question, are you speaking of Revelation 22:19? is speaking about taking words from the individual scroll of Revelation, as Revelation was a single scroll at one point when the verse was written. Isaac says Enoch 1:9 and Jude 1:14 said the same words, 10,000s of his holy ones. So either Jude was lying or he was confirming the book of Enoch. Thoughts? No, I think that Enoch was, it just depends if you think Enoch was amended later on. Now we have the Septuagint. People say, oh, the Septuagint is something that Jesus used, the apostles used, and all the rest of it. I don't think so. I think the Septuagint was probably made by the early church because they saw the need to do that. And if there is, certain bits of information, a book here and there that's proven to be before Christ, I'd be interested in that. I'd be like, okay, oh, that's interesting. But I don't think there was a wholesale Septuagint at all, and I doubt that we'll ever find anything before Christ. And saying Jesus used it, it's just a lie from the Academy. Places where they say that the Septuagint is used has been retroactively put back into the Greek Old Testament from the New Testament. So they've copied and pasted this. All you have to do is look at one of the Psalms has most of the readings that are in Romans 3 there. But Romans 3 is a culmination of lots of different themes in the Bible and lots of different verses when it's talking about all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Now, from chapter 3, verse 10, it talks about, their mouth is an open sepulchre. It's, full of poison, and the poison of asps is on their tongues. And this is from all over the Bible. So someone's copied that in Greek, pasted it into the Old Testament, into a psalm. So we can see that there's many, many examples of people copying and pasting from the New Testament into this Septuagint. And that they're clearly proving that it makes it look like the Old Testament had these in there, and that the apostles and Jesus were using it, but it's a reverse engineering project. Okay, so the original Greek Old Testament was probably way more accurate to the Hebrew. Now, I believe that has been lost. What we have today is the fifth column of Origen's hexapla, and that is being used, that's been promoted. And so when it's talking about the book of Jude, I think similar things happened with that. And so I think, with Enoch and Jude, I think when it's talking about Enoch, these things have been just retroactively added back into the text. And so people go, well, that's the original Jude. But it just comes down to the dating game. Now, if you've ever come against evolutionists, they date things millions and millions of years. If you ever debate someone who's on the critical text side, usually it comes down to, well, our manuscripts are this old, so they're the oldest and the best. It's usually this age thing is an issue. And so oftentimes they are stretching the truth. They are trying to get things back as far as they possibly can, just get it over the line. So it's like, oh, we win, sort of thing. Oh, this papyri manuscript is dated to this. And it's like, who came up with that date? Oh, well, someone who's an expert in handwriting. It's like, no, you should chemically test it, or you should XRF test the inks and see what type of metal is in there. And so you can compare it to other works of that time and see if it's genuine, and this type of thing. But, most of the time they're not doing that type of evaluation, because it would come against the modern day narrative of the critical text side. So this whole thing of, Jude promoting the book of Enoch that we have in our hand, to me, that's just as erroneous as saying, well, Jesus quoted the Septuagint, and the Paul, the disciples, the apostles, they quoted the Septuagint, when clearly that's just been retroactively put in there from the New Testament, because many times they were not only copying and pasting things that shouldn't even be in the Old Testament, that they were copying and pasting things into the wrong spot. And so there are similar stories in the end of Genesis with Isaac and with Jacob dying. And was it Jacob and Joseph dying? And so there are similar stories, but they're in Hebrews, these stories, they were certain themes of that were copied and pasted into the wrong spot, where there were certain words that looked similar. So people thought, we'll paste it in there. And that's become the official for the Septuagint, but it's just wrong. And it's clearly an error. And it's not a King James only issue. John Owen used that exact example to show that there's retroactive copying and pasting happening. And someone like William Whitaker in 1588 says he believed that the whole Septuagint, that was the original Greek that was supposedly very accurate to the Hebrew, he believed that it was completely gone, that there was no longer traces of it, and what they had today was a mess. And so I think the same with Enoch. Wayne and Will says, Isaac, that verse covers all scripture, for all scripture was breathed out by God. I guess he's talking about Revelation 22. Wayne and Will says, Isaac says, Wayne on Wheels, was the scroll of Revelation actually written before any Bible was put together into a whole text? Well, obviously Revelation is part of the Bible, but Paul does talk about, the scripture says that Jesus died and was buried and seen by Peter and this type of thing. So he talks about the scriptures saying that. So he was already acknowledging gospels. I think the Christian community knew what books they were to use and what they shouldn't. A lot of people say, it wasn't till Constantine that the Bible was put together. I think that's wrong. Embryo says, yes, modern Bibles point you to works-based salvation unless you are led by a born-again Christian with the true gospel. The good news isn't necessarily based on a particular translation. And I mean, most people, they don't just read the Bible and that's how they get their understanding. They become part of a Christian community. And, you look at how people got saved when Peter, he got up and just started preaching and he quoted the Masoretic text and all the rest of it. But 3,000 people got saved. And so, some of those people could have gone and joined the Church of Galatia or whatever, obviously that happened in Jerusalem, but people got saved everywhere. The church in Galatia, they were hearing a different gospel. And it says, if you preach that, you're accursed, don't believe it, you've been bewitched, this type of thing. So I think a lot of modern day people, they don't get saved just by reading the Bible and comparing all that. They're hearing stuff on the internet. They're going to a church, hearing a preacher. They're understanding the gospel message. They're responding to it just like they did with Peter. And then they're moving on. But what can happen is you can be persuaded into a Galatianism type situation where your mind is foggy. You're not sure that God can keep his promises anymore. You're not sure that, did Jesus get angry? I don't know. Is Jesus a sinner? I don't know. Did Jesus lie? I'm not sure. Is Jesus God? Well, a lot of these Bibles come against that type of concept, or they're ambiguous on these type of things. Isaac says, Embryo, modern day translations of the Bible don't all have Ephesians 2:8-9 in it, saying not of works. Modern day translations of the Bible don't all have Ephesians. So it's a question. So it's sort of rhetorical, but it's like, okay, yeah, it has that, but then it has contradictory things saying that you are saved by works. And so, like say, even the New King James, it says the white robes are the righteousness of the saints. So it's their own righteousness. But clearly the white robes is a theme throughout all of Scripture, where it's God gives you the robes of righteousness. Old hymns are, I'm covered over with the precious blood of Jesus that he gives to me, this white robe and all this sort of stuff. It's from the blood of Jesus, not from our own righteousness. But the New King James in Revelation 19 has the word, the righteousness of the saints is the white robes. Okay, so you better go out there and do 100 push-ups to be right with God, because you're going to have to earn your own salvation here. Everyday Man of God Ministries is heading out. Good night and Godspeed, everyone. Thanks for Nick for doing these live streams. Thanks for Everyday Man of God Ministries for doing his live streams. I encourage everyone to go to his channel and subscribe and like his videos. Embryo says the gospel is the power of God to bring about the new birth. Romans 1:16, 1 Peter 1:23, 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. Isaac says, Embryo, are the epistles in order in the Bible according to when they weren't actually written? Were actually written. I think they are. When you go through, there are a lot of Byzantine texts with the order, how we have it. And so a lot of Latin texts with that order. I know some people like Tyndale House, they want to go with a whole different order. And I think that's what they're doing with the new ECM influenced NA29 edition. That they're going to be mixing up the order. Isaac said, I don't mind answering questions to my best to someone asking with honest learning. I don't believe you're honest based on your last question to me. Isaac says, Wayne and Wheels, well, the epistles weren't in the Bible in the right order according to when they are written down. So do you think that might change how someone should teach the scriptures? And then Isaac says, question, is the Prince of Ezekiel 45, if the Prince of Ezekiel 45 existed on earth today, do you think he'd have a better insight to the scriptures or additional nuggets of information than most? Okay, I would say that someone who is from the ancient world, of course, if they're knowing Hebrew, if they're knowing Greek, they would know things that we simply don't know. We would know a lot that they don't know as well. And so they wouldn't know about lots of things. Now, I'm not sure exactly what Ezekiel 45 is about with the prince. Maybe I do and I've forgotten it, or I'm not sure. But Helg says the copyright only applies in the United Kingdom. The King James Version is the public domain in the rest of the world. AI. Thanks, Helg. We got the official from Norway. And so that the AI in Norway is better than the AI here in Australia. No, I'm just joking. But no, I appreciate you looking into that. And so, yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's only in the UK. So let's continue.
The public domain, at least in the United States. So there's nothing prohibiting anyone from publishing any revision of the King James Version.
Okay, so I think he's misunderstood the comments there that Ken Hovine's made. But let's go back to KJVtoday.net. And I know who the author of this is. He chooses to remain anonymous, which is fine. Some people will get pulled over the coals for being a cultist and hounded. And especially if you're making lots of claims like he is, people want to rebuke him and say he's a devil like they do to me all the time. But he doesn't want that. And so he chooses to remain anonymous. I can tell you this guy knows languages. He is a polyglot. He's very well studied. And you can tell that just by what he writes about. So let's go to Psalm 12:7. And let's have a look. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in the furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. Psalm 12:6-7, King James Version. Psalm 6-7 offers a wonderful promise that God will preserve his words forever, because that's the closest antecedent. This promise is missing in most modern Bible translations. For example, the ESV says at Psalm 12:6-7, the words of the Lord are pure words, like silver refined in a furnace on the ground, purified 7 times. You, O Lord, will keep them. You will guard us from this generation forever. The NIV and New Living Translation agree with the ESV in making us, the oppressed, mentioned in verse 5, the object of protection, preservation. The NASB has him, which suggests a human antecedent, because the masculine pronoun in English typically points to a human, though that is not the case with Hebrew. The question is whether the second pronoun in verse 7 should be a them, and whether them should refer to the words of the Lord. So the lexicographical analysis, the words keep and preserve are used in parts of Scripture that refer to both people and words. For keep, used in reference to words, see Deuteronomy 17:19, Psalm 119:57, and Proverbs 7:1. For preserve, also translated keep, used in reference to words or something similar, such as laws, see Psalm 105:45, Psalm 119:33-34, and Proverbs 3:1. Analyzing the usage of the words does not provide either theory over the other. Sorry, does not prove either theory over the other. Okay. So you don't just get it from a lexical look. You have to look at the context. The thematic analysis. The theme of the 12th Psalm is about the contrast between the vain words of man and the enduring words of God. The entire psalm in the King James Version is quoted below with portions that relate to words or speech underlined. So let's have a look at this. Verse 1. Help, Lord, for the godly man ceaseth. And I'll put emphasis on the words, or the words or speech synonyms, or when it talks about words or speech. For the faithful fail from among the children of men. They speak vanity, everyone to his neighbor, with flattering lips, and with a double heart do they speak. The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things, who have said with our tongue, we will prevail, our lips are our own, who is Lord over us. For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy, now will I arise, saith the Lord. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at him. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in the furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. The wicked walk on every side when the vilest of men are exalted. So verse 7 says, thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. The pronoun them, assuming for a moment that the pronoun should in fact be them, most likely refers to the words of the Lord in verse 6. One reason for this is that the main focus of the psalm is about the superiority of God's words. Contrary to what some critics say, the main focus of this psalm is not about God's protection of his people per se. Even though the protection of God's people is an issue, that is not the main theme here. The main theme is words. This is apparent in that the assaults against God's people are restricted to conduct related to words. In the main theme, if the main theme, should be the protection of God's people, other vices against the godly, such as physical violence, could be mentioned. That is not the case. There is a deliberate and exclusive focus on verbal conduct. This psalm is all about the theme of the triumph of God's eternal words over the vain words of man. Syntactical analysis. The syntax justifies interpreting them in verse 7 as referring to the words of the Lord. The words of the Lord, or its simile, the silver, is the nearest noun and can be presumed to be the antecedent. The poor or needy are more distant and therefore less likely to be the antecedent. Logical analysis. From a logical analysis, it would seem pointless to declare the preciousness of the words of the Lord by comparing it to silver and not go anywhere with that point. Why abruptly mention the preciousness of the words of the Lord only to go back to making the point that the Lord will preserve people? There is a logical connection between the preciousness of the words of the Lord and God's intent to preserve that which is precious. Theological analysis. This psalm is poetry, so there is a license to use figurative language. However, where a literal interpretation is possible, such an interpretation should be presumed. When read literally, it makes more sense theologically to think that God would preserve his words forever rather than to preserve the oppressed forever. Sorry, it's getting on to 4 hours. I just saw the 4-hour thing click over and my brain turns into a pumpkin. It is accepted by all Christians, hopefully, that God's words are eternal. Yet there is no promise or evidence in history that God would preserve the oppressed forever. One would have to assume that these oppressed are not only just any oppressed, but are also believers, even to entertain the figurative idea that God would preserve their souls for eternity through salvation. There's much more to speculate by interpreting them as referring to the oppressed. Grammatical analysis. Critics note that if the Hebrew were followed, the pre-nominal suffix to preserve, translated as them in Psalm 12:7, should be the third person masculine singular. Thus, some translations, such as the NASB, say, "You will preserve him from this generation forever." While it is true that the Hebrew has a masculine singular pronoun, that is not the full story. The marginal note by the King James translators says Hebrew, him, I, every one of them. That's in the 1611. The singular is used distributively in reference to a plurality. Okay. The translators clearly knew that the pronoun should be grammatically singular because they got it in their margin. However, this grammatically singular pronoun is nonetheless semantically plural. Such a pronoun exists even in English. The word everyone in English is grammatically singular, but is semantically plural. I love everyone. I love them. Everyone is a grammatically singular word. We say everyone is here, not everyone are here. However, the pronoun used to refer to the word everyone is the plural noun them. Everyone is a grammatically singular word with a plural meaning. Likewise, although the Hebrew pronoun in Psalm 12:7 is grammatically singular, it is semantically plural. The combination of the plural them, keep them, and the distributive singular him, preserve them, adds emphasis and certainly that each and every word is kept and preserved. The conversion of him to them in the translation process is discretionary and acceptable because in English we do not refer to silver or words with masculine personal pronoun, with a masculine personal pronoun. With respect to gender agreement, the grammatical gender mismatch between the masculine prenominal suffixes them / him and the feminine words can be explained by words taking the masculine semantic orientation of words, which is often used in its masculine form, ima. As used in Psalm 12:6, in the construct state, words of the Lord, these words belong to a masculine figure, and therefore the words themselves take a semantically masculine orientation. A similar use of the masculine pronoun to refer to the feminine words occurs at Psalm 111, where it says, "Thy testimonies," it's feminine, "have I taken as an heritage forever, for they," masculine, "are the rejoicing of my heart." So it gives a very good example there of where this occurs. Quite interesting. Okay, so I think going through this article, I will throw that into the chat. If anyone wants to read that, they will clearly see that Dan is wrong, and these facts are damning against Dan's position that he probably most likely just sort of copied and pasted for himself from the academy. Okay, so Isaac says, question, if the Bible is a book, Bible as a book didn't exist until like 1400 AD to most of the world, how did people have assurance of their eternal life by just believing Jesus as Christ. You believe in Jesus as Christ. Like I said, Peter, they didn't have the full Bible. Peter preached and they got saved. People got saved in the New Testament before the Bible was finished. And so what we're saying, this is a truth issue. And I think we've been pretty clear that you can get saved without knowing much of the Bible. You can just become part of a church community and they're talking about it. But it's once you get into the text. If you grab a Jehovah's Witness Bible, it's going to lead you astray. Many of these modern Bibles are just as bad as Jehovah's Witness Bibles. They're based on the same text. Many times it's the same verses that are chopped out. Many times it's the same methodology in translation that causes problems. And so I would just say, you probably wouldn't want someone to read the Jehovah's Witness Bible once they got saved. It could lead them astray, and that's what we're saying. And it can, if you follow every single word of the Jehovah's Witness Bible, you're probably going to end up damned. If you follow every word, finally read through every word of the ESV and believe the textual narrative behind it, I believe you're going to end up an unbeliever. And I think that's what's happened to a lot of people in the academy. Okay, so I've still got quite a lot of videos that I haven't done yet. I guess it's taken a lot longer than I thought. But maybe, man, some of these go for quite a long time. I'll switch that off. Okay, so we just went through that one. This one goes for, I think, a minute or two. We'll go through this.
James Version is not even a translation of the Bible. Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and it's not a translation of the Bible because it's a revision of another revision going back to William Tyndale's original translation of the New Testament and the
How illiterate. Just read the translators to the reader. Just chat GPT it, Dan. Is the King James Version a translation of the Bible? I mean, it's only based on the bishops. And this is the thing, Dan, he seems to be repeating this over and over and over. And people who follow him will no doubt repeat this over and over and over. So this is just going to be another one of those silly things that's just not true. It's a half-truth, but it's a lie. Half-truth is a lie. And, it's just an update of the bishops. No, it is from the original Hebrew and Greek. Anyway, what can you say to this? He's just repeating this over and over and over all over the place.
Pentateuch and a couple other books from the Hebrew Bible, and then Miles Coverdale's translation of the rest of the Hebrew Bible. There were later revisions to that, including the Matthew Bible, the Great Bible, the Geneva Bible, and then the Bishop's Bible, which...
So he doesn't seem to know that the work of Coverdale wasn't fluent in Hebrew, and so he actually translated from the Dutch for the rest of the Old Testament. Tyndale did the first 5 books, but he died. And so, so basically it's just the New Testament and the Torah that we can trace back to Tyndale, Then we go through Coverdale, we're looking at the Dutch for the rest of the Old Testament. The first one that was from the original Hebrew and Greek languages is the Geneva Bible in its entirety. Second one is the Geneva. Third one is the King James.
Was originally published in 1568, and the King James Version is just a conservative revision of a 1602 edition of the Bishop's Bible. In fact, the translators were given copies of the Bishop's Bible, and what they did was write the changes they wanted to implement into the margins, scratching out the stuff in the Bishop's Bible they wanted to replace. It is a very conservative revision. In fact, scholars have estimated that the New Testament matches word for word Tyndale's translation of the New Testament from almost a century before, about 84% of the time.
84% is not a lot. It's like the critical text is 94%. The Textus Receptus, that 6% changes so much. And so to have 84% in just an English translation of primarily the same text, and we're only looking at the New Testament and the Torah, we're not looking at the rest of the Old Testament, not looking at Psalms, that's huge. Isaiah, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, lots and lots of other books. First Kings, Second Kings, First Samuel, Second Samuel, like none of that. And so I think, this is the sort of thing that, these sort of stats are just completely wrong.
And then the Hebrew Bible matches Tyndale's translation of the Pentateuch and a couple of other books around 75% of the time. So it's a very conservative revision of earlier conservative revisions. So when you hear claims...
Notice what he just said. He said Tyndale's matches...
about how King James added this verse in or took this verse out or made the translators change this verse to say something.
So I'm trying to rewind it, but it's not doing... I'm on TikTok, and so I'm trying to do a YouTube thing.
That he liked. That's pretty much...
Okay, let's just go back. A couple
of other books around 75% of the time. So it's a very conservative Bible, or about 84% of the time. And then the Hebrew Bible matches Tyndale's translation of the Pentateuch and a couple of other books around 75% of the time.
So the Hebrew Bible matches those about 75% of the time. Where's he getting that stat from? It just makes you wonder. You know what I mean? He says so much weird stuff. Anyway.
So it's a very conservative revision of earlier conservative revisions. So when you hear claims about how King James added this verse in or took this verse out or made the translators change this verse to say something that he liked, that's pretty much never true. Not only because the King James Version very rarely departs from the source text, overwhelmingly it just carries on the tradition it received, but also because King James didn't really have anything to do with translation decisions related to individual passages. His main contribution was to submit a bunch of rules that the translators were supposed to follow and which they didn't always follow. But the most influential ones were the prohibition of explanatory notes. And this was because he did not like the Geneva Bible, which was a far more popular translation that had a lot of...
It's just a commentary by a bunch of guys, and not everyone wants a commentary on the Bible. Why? You shouldn't have to include a commentary,
explanatory notes that had an anti-monarchic tenor. So he prohibited adding more than what was necessary to help people understand the source languages. And additionally, he said we're going to use the ecclesiastical terms. So things like church and priest and things like that, which overturned what William Tyndale did, which was depart from ecclesiastical terms. And that was one of the main things that got him in the trouble that he got into. So King James didn't really have much to do with individual translation choices, and the King James Version is really just a conservative revision that really didn't change much at all about the existing English Bible tradition.
Okay, so very similar to what we heard earlier. Okay, so let's go through this one. I'm not sure if I've shown this or not. Maybe I have, but let's go through it.
Asked about the King James Version as a translation, and I generally don't recommend it. It is most valuable as an artifact of the English language, but as a translation, it is based on inferior manuscripts. Its translation philosophy...
No, it's based on superior manuscripts. Your manuscripts that you go with, Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, have been rejected for so long, and they weren't copied, they weren't translated, they differ from each other so vastly. They can't be even considered in the same family, but they have been considered in the same family by Unitarians, liberals, weirdos.
Philosophy is far too literal and awkward, and it is phenomenally outdated, and so it is very difficult to understand. And folks who...
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting. So difficult to understand. But the thing is, too, the Book of Mormon is written in the style of King James, and like... This Mormon guy, he's sort of he's cutting his own throat here, because the Book of Mormon plagiarizes the King James.
Believe that they understand it well enough, don't. Unless
if you believe you understand it well enough, you don't, because he knows. Like, do you think this guy is regularly reading the King James Bible and going, just reading through it and getting understanding from it? He's not. He's not even probably reading any Bible. He's just reading skeptical stuff. We saw in the whole thing that he brought out on the son of the gods or whatever he wants to translate it as in Daniel 3:25, that he doesn't know anything about the Hebrew there, doesn't know anything about the context there. And so he's just sprouting forth rubbish. He doesn't read the context at all. Like, that's so damning to him. But then he's like, these people who read the King James, they don't understand anything. And it's like, no, I think actually I would prefer to go to someone who is a King James TR advocate for information, because usually it's spot on accurate. It's not going to have all this other weird Unitarian, liberal, Gnostic fluff from other versions or from weird interpretations.
Unless they have extensively studied its translation philosophy, the source text, the Hebrew, the Greek, and don't need to ask me if it's a good translation or not. And I'll give one example of how it can be misleading. The book of Jude only has one chapter. Verse 22, it says, "But of some have compassion, making a difference." And most people today, almost everybody, would interpret this to mean when we have compassion on people, we can have a positive influence or impact on their lives. We can make a difference for them. And that's a wonderful method.
And we're going to see here, just reading the Bible will clear this up. It's very clear.
Message, and it has absolutely nothing to do with what the King James translators were trying to say. Because that phrase, making a difference, didn't come to refer to having a positive influence or impact on someone until around the year 1900. For multiple centuries, it did not mean that. It meant make a distinction, exercise discernment. So when the King James translators rendered this passage, what they meant was have compassion on some, but be discerning on whom. And even that has absolutely nothing to do with the message that the author of the Epistle of Jude was trying to communicate. Because the King James Version is based on inferior manuscripts, the participle that is translated, making a difference, occurs in the manuscripts used by the King James translators in the nominative case, meaning it is connected with the subject of the clause. We now know, because we have many more reliable and many more ancient manuscripts, that that participle should be in the accusative case. It should be the object of the verb. And so most translations today will render something more like have compassion on those who are doubting or wavering, so that make a distinction, exercise discernment. You're having compassion on those who are trying to make a distinction, trying to discern. And so that is generally interpreted either as people who are wavering, people who are doubting, or people who are outside of the church community. So it's actually an entirely different message altogether. And if we rely on the King James Version, we would not understand that. There are much better Bible translations out there. I highly recommend the New Revised Standard Version updated edition for those who are
by Jennifer Knust, LBGT.
Looking for a translation of both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. And there will be a 6th edition of the New Oxford Annotated Bible that will be coming out probably next year. So I would keep an eye out for that.
Which, I don't know, maybe he's probably writing for that one. He's just plugging, I guess, his friends or people who he sees as Bart Ehrmanish enough. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this. We'll look at the original King James. I love looking at this. And we'll look at verse 22. So it says, "And for some having compassion, making a difference." Okay, so he's saying, or people are reading that saying, you're making a difference in the world. Like, we are the world. We're making a difference. We're reaching Africa for food, and we're making a difference. This type of thing. It doesn't take much to go through King James and to see something like this in context and go, okay, well, what does the difference here? What is the difference? So let's look at this. And many of these verses are changed in modern Bibles, so you don't get the context. So there be they who separate themselves, sensual, not having the Spirit. Now, I might even get, say, Jude 1:22. It should come up in Bible Hub. And I might just go back to verse 19. And I'll just show you the differences. So if I can make that nice and small, go. NIV. Look at how horribly this is mutilated. So the King James says, there be those who separate themselves, sensual, having not the Spirit. And the NIV says, these are people who divide you. They're dividing it. No, they're separating themselves. Okay, they're putting themselves up on a pedestal, or they're the guru, or they're the super apostle, or whatever. Here it says, no, there are people who divide you. Okay, that's different. Who follow natural instincts and do not have the Spirit. Okay, sensual, not having the Spirit. So the rest of it's sort of fine, but look at this one. These people are the ones who are creating divisions among you. So the whole thing, it seems like if you're creating division, that's a problem. But the thing is, the Bible's clear. The Bible's very clear. Jesus caused divisions among the scribes and Pharisees and the Sadducees. Paul did the same thing. He says, I'm talking about the resurrection of the dead, and the Pharisees and the Sadducees had a massive argument. They were causing division all over the place. But these modern Bibles are basically saying division is bad. They're causing divisions among you. So that's why if you say something in a church that causes a division, people, because they're reading these modern Bibles, will kick you out of that church, because it says a device, even the New King James, a divisive person after the first and second admonition reject. But the King James says a heretic after the first and second admonition reject. Someone who's not believing the resurrection, or someone who's, they don't believe, they believe Jesus came already, there's no second coming, will reject it, but not someone who's causing division. Division can be positive. Jesus caused positive division. He was causing division wherever he went, and it clearly says there was a division among them because of him. He said, I don't come to bring peace but a sword. I came to, pit the whole household against each other. There's themes and proverbs about this and stuff that, causing division is good in a good context. So from the get-go, the whole narrative is just destroyed by modern Bibles. Listen to this. It is these who cause division, worldly people, devoid of the Spirit. I'm pretty sure even the King James, New King James says, who cause divisions, not having the Spirit. So pretty much if you're in a church and someone's causing a division by saying, hey, we should all be praying and reading the Bible, and people are like, oh, here we go. Someone causing division in the church, and then you get kicked out of the church because a divisive person after the first and second admonition reject. They would have to reject Jesus. He was pretty divisive. So these modern Bibles teach you to actually reject Jesus. How's that? Instead of a heretic, they're getting rid of Jesus out of the church. And that's the New King James, because it says in Titus, what's it, Titus 3:10, I think it is, a divisive man reject. After the first and second admonition, reject. So anyway, that's the first verse that I just looked at, and it just so happened to have all this mess in there. So then you go to the next verse. But ye, beloved, building up yourselves on your most holy faith, praying in the Holy Ghost, keep yourselves in the love of God, looking for the mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ unto eternal life. And so I'm not sure if these get mutilated, but I know verse 19 was definitely mutilated. But you, dear friends, by building up yourself in your most holy faith and praying in the Holy Spirit, it looks pretty normal. I'll just read the NIV there. Keep yourselves in the love of God as you wait for the mercy, or looking for the mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ to bring you to eternal life. And then we have the next verse. So let's check this out. Being merciful to those who doubt is the NIV. King James says, and of some have compassion, making a difference. Now, do you see making a difference? Like, I'm going to make a difference in their life. I don't know if this is like an American thing or whatever. It's just certainly not something that I would read it as making a difference. Making a difference to me would be synonymous with making a distinction. Okay, so it might be an older way of saying it, but it's still understandable. New Living Translation, you must show mercy to those whose faith is wavering. ESV, and have mercy on those who doubt. Okay, so the New King James says, and on some having compassion, making a distinction. So I would say making a difference or making a distinction. I would say difference is very understandable. I would say this is one of those places where someone like maybe a James White who's writing a book on this, he's looking for places. They just read through this and go, oh, there's another place. Let's just put it in the list. But they're not really thinking about it and going through it. The very next verse says, and others, so there is making a difference. Some have compassion, making a difference, and others save with fear. So you'd have to just completely throw the context out and only read verse 22, because it's saying, some have compassion, others save with fear. These ones, you're making a distinction. You're having compassion on some, but others you're saving with fear, pulling them out of the fire, hating even the garment spotted by the flesh. And so usually there's, in Christianity, we usually say, give grace to the humble and law to the prideful, in a sense where you run into someone they're humble, they're interested, they're listening, you give them grace, you give them the Band-Aids and happy juice, you know what I mean? If someone is prideful and they're fighting against it, well, you give them the law. The Bible says we're all sinners. The Bible says there is a hell. The Bible, and you give them a harder word. And so on some have compassion, making a difference, which just means making a distinction. So maybe I can type in, maybe there's other things out there. Jude 1:22 error in King James. Okay. Okay, errors in the King James. Boy, there are a lot of them. Very sloppy. Yeah, this is looking promising to find them. Okay, yeah, and look at what they have here. King James only. That's us. Awesome. It's nice when people steel man your argument. Let's have a look at Jude. Sorry. Okay, so he does go through Jude here. He's going through a lot of these. He doesn't have verse 22. He has everything else except for verse 22. There you go. Anyway, I'm going to keep that open because it looks like he just sort of says there's errors all the way through, and it's quite interesting when people do that. Because my bottle of soda water. Okay, so I think it's pretty clear, but he's just making a big deal about nothing really. Now, in updating, because I know how I've updated this, I don't even have to look, but I've got, and on some having compassion, making a distinction. Now, why have I done that? Because difference is an archaic way of looking at it. But of course, with the 400-year-old book, usually you do think in terms of a word like difference, that it could be archaic. Okay, so I've got, and on some have compassion, making a distinction, but others say with fear, pulling them out of the fire, hating even the clothing defiled by the flesh. So I've changed garment into clothing. Now, I know what a garment means, but it's an old word, so that's why I've updated it. I know what making a difference means. It's not like, hey, we're from Disney and we're making a difference, or this type of thing. And so what else can I say about that? Where can I go with that? I guess I just move on. I mean, what else can I say? Dan sees it as a big problem. I haven't gone through Jude in the King James and seen and read it like that. On some have compassion, and it's like, I'm going to make a difference in their life. I'm going to be the influencer that they've always wanted. I'm going to be the one. I'm going to be their savior. No, it's you're making a distinction. Some you have compassion on, you're making a difference, and others you say with it. You just have to read it in context. It's not hard. pulling them out of the fire. So some of you got compassion, some of you saving with fear. And I'm pretty sure this theme is in James as well. Maybe James 5, King James Version. Let's have a look. Let him know that he that converteth a sinner from the error of his way shall save a soul from death and shall hide a multitude of sins. Maybe what I should do is look up the word difference. Okay, so I'll go to my online Bible, which is an app on my computer. I'll look up the word difference. Now, I might shut that one down. So we've nearly gone through all. I might just I've got 4 left, but I don't want to go forever. Okay. View library. Edit. Where is search? Find. Here we go. Find word. Difference. Okay, so let's just look at these. That you may know how the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. Very clear. Context, you would see that. And that you may put difference between the holy and unholy. Very clear. To make a difference between the unclean and clean. Very clear. That you therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean. Very clear. They have put no difference between the holy and the profane. Very clear. Neither have they shewed difference between the unclean and clean. Very clear. Ezekiel. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and the profane. Very clear. Acts 15:9, and put no difference between us and them, purifying their hearts by faith. Okay, I've understood all of those. Romans 3:22, for there is no difference. Okay, even the righteousness of God, which is by faith of Jesus Christ, unto all and upon all of them that believe, for there is no difference. Talking about the Jew and Gentile. There is no difference. There is no distinction. You would see that as just a normal synonym. For there is no difference between the Jew and Greek. So that's in that same book, Romans. So there's no distinction between the Jew and Greek. Synonym, same thing. 1 Corinthians 7:34. There is a difference also between a wife and a virgin. So there is a distinction, there is a difference. And then Jude 1:22. And on some having compassion, making a difference. And so that might be slightly archaic, enough to go, okay, we'll perhaps put distinction there, but it's not the Achilles heel that he's making it out to be. Okay, so so that goes for 6 minutes. Maybe I'll avoid that one. Maybe this one. This is Instagram.
In the King James Version that might have affected your life. Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and if you have ever had a parent or some other authority figure tell you you shouldn't be doing things that might not be wrong in and of themselves but might appear to other people to be wrong, because 1 Thessalonians 5:22 says, abstain from all appearance of evil, that's a mistranslation. It doesn't mean that. The word there in Greek that is translated appearance in the King James Version is eidos, which can refer to outward appearance, but more directly refers to a type, a kind, a form, in the sense of a manifestation of something. And so the warning isn't to abstain from anything that might appear to someone else to be evil, even if it's not. The warning is to abstain from every kind or type or manifestation of evil. In other words, abstain from things that are evil. So the passage is not telling you that you shouldn't be doing anything that anyone else might misunderstand as evil. And if someone tries to leverage that passage
to try to tell you that you shouldn't do the things that they think might appear to someone else to be evil, that's only because the KJV has mistranslated this passage. And the fit for this video has been...
Okay, so what he's getting wrong as well is some things can become archaic, but that doesn't mean it's a mistranslation. Some things you can look at, like, say, abstain from all appearance of evil. Now, I know a lot of King James only types would say, oh, don't go to the cinema because they could be showing an R-rated film and they'll think pastor's gone and seen the film, and so don't stand out the front and don't even go there, they'll quote, abstain from all appearance of evil, but it's just a misunderstanding of the word appearance. And if they actually just looked this up in the Oxford English Dictionary, if they looked it up in the Webster's, they would come to a clear understanding. And so that's what we might do right now. So maybe I'll just go here. Let's go to... So James White, he says, here's the difference between the New King James, abstain from every form of evil, and the King James versions, abstain from every appearance of evil. The word that is translated differently, eidos, can mean form or outward appearance, but it can also mean kind. The New King James captures both possibilities with form, while the King James Version rendering limits us to only one of two possible meanings of the term, and that's on the King James Only Controversy, page 116. And so it's actually the New King James's form is the one that limits it to that which is actually evil, while the King James Version's appearance of evil refers to that which in itself may not actually be evil, but can appear to be so to others and cause them to stumble in some way. The New King James does not capture both possibilities at all. The meaning of the two Bibles is simply not the same. And it's not a textual issue. When he says it's being mistranslated or the better texts say this or whatever, that's not the issue. So the Greek word for appearance or form is eidos. The word eidos is found 5 times in the New Testament. It comes from the verb to see. So the basic meaning of the word has to do with that which is seen. It is variously translated in the King James Bible as shape. The Holy Ghost descended in a bodily shape like a dove, Luke 3:22, and in John 5:37. You have neither heard his voice at any time nor seen his shape. And as fashion, and he prayed, the fashion and his, the fashion of his countenance was altered, Luke 9:27, or sight. But we walk by faith, not by sight, 2 Corinthians 5:7. And here in 1 Thessalonians 5:22, abstain from all appearance of evil. And so, even the NASB 1995 reads abstain from every form of evil, yet in the footnote it has or appearance. So this is the thing. Sometimes you just see something synonymous and people just like that synonym over another. Now, understanding that appearance can take on the form of something that is actually evil, or like, people know in Scripture, don't eat anything that's sacrificed to idols, not because an idol is anything. You can eat, if you, like when I was in Fiji, I was going to the Hare Krishna place. It was all vegetarian. I didn't care about that at all. It was just so good. The Indian style food, because half of the population of Fiji are Indians. And I was just going there every day. I was just addicted to this food. It was so great. And, but if there were people who were like, oh, you're going to the Hare Krishna thing, I would go, yeah, well, okay, maybe I should stop doing that. If they thought that, if I was hindering them, and that's what the Bible teaches, if don't eat things that are sacrificed to idols, like maybe they are sacrificing these things to idols. But I'm not afraid of the devil. The devil could be sitting right next to me. I could share my sandwich with Satan. He could have a bite. I could have a bite. His evil is not going to get onto me. Jesus' holiness is way more powerful than the devil's. But when it comes to new believers, new converts, and all that sort of stuff, there are things that you can check yourself with, you know. Now, I use that example of people going to the cinema and all that sort of stuff. Now, if you're going to a strip club to go and visit your friend who's a cleaner there, you know what I mean? It's probably not a good idea. You know what I mean? Like abstain from the evil, you know, from all appearance of evil. It is an evil place. There is an appearance of evil there. You're not doing an evil thing, but you have to really explain it. And I know this personally. I remember some relatives of mine. I used to live in Byron Bay. Now, Byron Bay is sort of like it's a party capital of Australia. Okay, so I used to live there. It's a beach town. There's just lots of tourists, but it's a great place to preach the gospel. You go preaching there, you're going to run into Israelis, French, German, you know, heaps of backpackers. They're just like, I've left France and I'm going to Byron Bay. I'm going to go surfing, you know, this type of thing. And so you go preaching there, and there's so many different people that you're going to run into. Lots of interesting people, like Iranians, and you're running into, you know, Palestinians, all sorts of different walks of life. And so it's a great place to preach. But I remember one time, some relatives, they came to visit, and so one of them wanted to go to the Byron Bay Hotel, and I've really got no problem with that. You know, I could sit in a motel or hotel and just drink water. I don't really care. But we're just sitting there, and they were drinking, you know, so I'm just sitting there just bored out of my brain, really, because once you have 2 or 3 beers, because I know I used to drink, everything becomes exciting. The most boring place is exciting all of a sudden. And you're just sitting there watching these people get sloshed and just blab on. So anyway, on the way out, I ran into a friend of mine. He's an Eritrean friend from near Ethiopia. And he used to come to our youth group. And he saw me, and he was just like, what are you doing here? And I just thought, yeah, it was a bad, like, it was only just so happened that I ran into him. And I was thinking, now, what are you doing? You know, because he was there to party and I wasn't. But it's just one of those things. I should have probably abstained, you know, from all evil. But I actually didn't think I'd run into anyone there because I hadn't really been, like those guys hadn't really been Byron Bay people. And so, but that's, you know, something that just happens. And because rumors can eventually get around, like, I saw Nick, he was at the thing. So so the reading does contain that as well. So there is the whole thing of like, okay, don't go near the strip club to see the strippers, and don't go there to visit your cousin who owes you $50 and you have to go and pick it up from there. Just say, look, just meet me around the corner. You know what I mean? Like there's 2 types of abstain that are in the King James, but if it's every type of evil, that whole concept of just something that appears is not there in the text. And so let's just read some commentaries. John Gill said, abstain from all appearance of evil, of doctrinal evil, not only of open error and heresy are to be avoided, but what has any show of it or looks like it, or carries in it a suspicion of it, or maybe an occasion thereof, or lead into it. Wherefore all new words and phrases of this kind should be shunned, and the form of sound words held fast. So even something that just looks like it's supporting something, just don't even go there. Abstain from all appearance of evil. What did Adam Clark say? He said, sin not, and avoid even the appearance of it. Do not drive your morality so near the bounds of evil as to lead even weak persons to believe that ye actually touch, taste, or handle it. Let not the form of it, eidos, appear with or among you, much less the substance. So he's talking about both of those things, and he's saying that that is encompassed in the word appearance. Matthew Poole's annotation says, as in worship, to abstain from the shadow of idolatry, as to eat meat in an idol's temple, was not always gross idolatry, but had some appearance of it. And therefore the apostle forbids it, 1 Corinthians 10:14, as I was mentioning before. And so, yeah, he's just wrong. And so Helg says, why is he concerned about this? Yeah, well, I guess he's just a Mormon trying to say the Bible's just as dumb as Mormon, the Book of Mormon, or Mormonism is akin to Christianity. It's based on nothing. Emryo says, I'm noticing how he always introduced himself as a scholar of the Bible. I'm starting to question if he really is a scholar or if he is a self-proclaimed scholar. Either way, he's not. Well, he's a scholar in a sense where he's learnt the critical text methodology. He's studied things that have to do with deciphering the Bible text according to the critical text methodologies. So most Mormons are like this. It's quite interesting. If you study around and you end up on some page, not Bob Jones University, Brigham Young University, the guy who had, a whole bunch of wives. How weird, But, some of these guys, they're intellectuals, but they're like, it's like running into Jehovah's Witnesses who speak Greek and Hebrew or something. It's like, wow, okay, you know your stuff about your stuff, but you don't know much about me or true Christianity. You're just trying to mock it. You're in a cult. You're deceived. And so yeah, he's a smart guy, like Bart Ehrman's smart, but you can be an educated idiot. You know what I mean? I'm not just trying to put the guy down. I hope the guy, I wish that guys like this would get saved and be on our team, but yeah, he's just losing big time here. So I might go to another short clip, or maybe I've nearly gone for 5 hours. Maybe I should just stop it and save these 3 clips for another time. I think I'll do that, or else I will be here forever, and I don't want to steal all your guys' time. But I did have fun going through this. I wasn't sure what I was going to talk about today, and I actually sort of sat around for a couple of hours just doing some stuff and listening to stuff, and I was like, man, I got no idea of what I want to talk about. And sometimes too, I do get tired of talking about the same stuff with skeptics. But the problem is I'll spend all week listening to these guys, so it's in me. And if I don't actually do a video on it, it's sort of, I forget what they're talking about, or I forget what they think and believe. And so the more I keep my finger on the pulse, the more I understand about them, and the easier it is to jump into their shoes and go, well, actually, this guy's a Mormon. As I pointed out with this lovely picture. Where is it? No, that's not it. If you missed it, check this out. This is Dan. So just remember, when you're listening to Dan, if you just picture him like this, it makes a lot of sense, a lot more sense. If you've ever had anything to do with Mormon missionaries, these guys they have the Trinity, but it's a different Trinity. They have a Jesus, but it's a different Jesus. They have the collab, and they have Jesus and Satan being brothers and all this sort of weird stuff. And, I don't know why he's hugging a black guy, and he was cursed because the angels didn't fight as well, But in 1978, they overturned that, so they can be elders now. Praise the Lords. So anyway, it's bizarre. But I will shut that down. Emryo says, all appearance would include any form of evil. Counseling a woman behind a closed door can have an appearance of evil. Very good point. And so this is something which, and like I was mentioning earlier, some people take this to an extreme. It's like you can't even go to a cinema or something. Like in the church that I was previously involved in with Wayne Mitchell as the main guy, he said that if you go to the cinema, you're one step away. 1 minute you're looking at Bambi. Next minute, you're watching Debbie Does Dallas. And it's like, no, not really. But then when the Passion of the Christ movie came out, he encouraged everyone to go and see it and to take friends. And it was like, okay, but that sort of goes against what you said earlier. And so this is the thing. It's usually just someone's own personal conviction. Now, if you have a personal conviction that going into a bar could, like I just mentioned this story and someone saw me and all the rest of it, but I know there was this one guy in the same church that I was in, and he got saved. He was in San Quentin prison for years and years. So he had a radical testimony, heroin, all the rest of it, robbing people, stealing, all sorts of crazy things. And when he got saved, he was just as crazy. So he would go into a bar, jump up on the table like he's going to rob the place like he used to, but pull out a Bible. Like instead of a gun, like pull it out and start preaching on the bar, that type of thing. And that's full on radical. That's probably pretty obnoxious, but I still think it's pretty cool because it's like, those people are not going to forget that. And it's wild, and so he would do things that were out of the ordinary. Like he would just travel across the country with like 2 women who used to be prostitutes, and they're just full on saved and love Jesus, and they're baptizing everyone. And so sometimes there's things that you sort of overlook, and it's like, okay, well, that type of person, they're doing this type of full on stuff, but for most of us, the general thing is like, hey, just abstain from that type of thing. And I do try to do that as well. There are certain things that some people can take the wrong way, and I'm like, no, I'm not saying that, or I didn't watch that, or I'm not thinking that. I try and correct people when they're thinking the wrong thing, or I've said something that can go either way. But anyway, Helg says he recommends the NRSV. For this is the usual modern scholarly version accepted by both believers and unbelievers. Yeah, it's the slop version, and so I wouldn't recommend that to anyone. like it's the worst, I mean, anyway, I've gone for nearly 5 hours. I think it's time for me to pack this up. God bless you guys. Thanks for sticking with me all the way through. I'll play my outro. God bless you, and we'll see you again soon.